It sucks. It sucks.
There we go. There we go. What do you think is the best source? Which
We're live, by the way.
Awesome. Awesome.
I feel like ESPN's the fastest.
Yeah, I've always been curious what you thought was the fastest. Where's the off-season content? This is the off-season
content. I think he missed the last 2 months where we haven't said anything, had any shows. It's been really, really tough, y'all.
Yeah.
It's driven me to the drink.
It wasn't a long road. Yeah, apparently I do still have that echo, Daniel, even without your speakers being on. I got that from my wife and from chat.
Josh, you keep talking, see if it gets any better.
Okay. Is this better? Testing 1 2. Let me see. Here, let me do this. Test 1 2 3. Still bad, apparently.
Okay, guys, we're gonna work on it. We'll figure it out.
So we are running headphones for Daniel, so it's not that. It has something to do with like a feedback loop with OBS or something. No, I'm talking through a microwave. I'm actually just a robot, so when I speak, that's my normal tone. I'm almost scared to speak because I turn on the audio in the channel, and God bless everyone that's dealing with that right now. I actually am the computer model. It's a little known fact. I take, so what I do is I bake a cookie with one team and I bake a cookie with the other, and I eat them. And then like 3 days later, I know who's going to win. Try not to speak too much because it's so bad. I don't have headphones, but
ask him if it got better. Or I guess since I can also speak, is it better, y'all? Josh, you got to talk for them to know if it's better.
Yep. All right, testing 1 2 3. Is this better?
Okay. All right. That's what happens when you have desktop audio and OBS on, and you have the NDI Source 2 audio on in OBS.
This is new for us. We trying to get two things of video going at the same time and all. It was a little bit of a change, which we thought you guys would appreciate.
Also worth noting that this is only the second time in College Football Nerds history that Josh has been on camera.
Yeah, it's true. The other time was actually at your house, which is how
No
far?
longer my house.
It's like 1,000 miles away from me, right? Something like that.
OBS is awesome when it works, or when you know what you're doing. And unfortunately, I didn't know what I was doing for a little bit. All right, guys, let's talk. I want to try to lay some ground rules because I know we're going to talk about Alabama a lot tonight because just the draft, Ohio State and Clemson. But let's try to get some not so obvious teams talking tonight. But before we get into that, I want y'all to tell us in the comments who's going to be the first wide receiver you would draft and who you think is going to be first off the board.
I'll go ahead and give one of my spiels on the draft, which is try to take your opinion of what team is the best team out of it a little bit and look at the players in isolation and also consider the fact that the better the surrounding talent is and the better the team is, a lot of times the more the players slide. I think people get it in their head that if you had a bunch of guys go drafted really high, that means there was a great coaching staff, there's a great coach, or it was a really great program. The NFL drafts guys that they think are really talented, good players. And part of it is how good they are today, that they can start immediately. But at a lot of positions, they're being drafted off potential. And a lot of guys that I truly believe guys at big name programs often don't get drafted quite as high because they're closer to that potential. And, guys from small schools, especially like the FCS, you see all the time that sneak way up in the draft. The reason is they look at that player, and he's probably not as good right now as a guy at Ohio State or a guy at Alabama, but they know he's going to be better down the road because he's going to get more developed. So try to break in your mind a little bit that just because one team has a bunch of guys drafted doesn't mean that team is necessarily like my usual take is if you see a team that has an abnormally high amount of guys drafted. And I'll be blunt, like LSU coming out of last year with their defense, they have as many like first round pick, multiple guys drafted off that defense. To me, it's almost a red flag in terms of what you've lost and in terms of what you should have been last year. Obviously, if you're in the national championship and you got a bunch of guys drafted, that just makes sense. It means you're living up to your potential. But those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand. Lots of draft picks means you should have been really good. It doesn't mean you were really good. And it certainly doesn't mean you're going to be really good this year.
So ESPN's Draftcast has best available Trevor Lawrence, best fit Kyle Pitts. Wouldn't that be funny if Kyle Pitts went first overall?
Well, I don't think it'd be funny if you were a Jaguars fan.
Okay, so everybody's saying Ja'Marr Chase. You said, Josh, at the beginning of the season, I think even before Chase opted out, that you would draft him number one after you saw a year of Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith and Pitts. Would you change your tune at all, or would you still take Chase versus the field?
I might take Pitts over Chase. I think Pitts is a truly unique prospect. There are all these Megatron comparisons, but Pitts presents a unique alignment challenge for most teams because he actually is a good inline blocker. And the whole problem is they can put him on the field, and if you go, let's say they've got two wide receivers in Pitts, do you go nickel or do you go base? Because if you go nickel, they'll put him in line, and now you got a nickel back trying to be an edge protector in the run. And if you go base, they'll split him wide, and you got a linebacker, and it's a bad mismatch, even a safety. I don't think he's quite the receiver Megatron is, but he's a better blocker, and I think he is a unique weapon. And to that extent, I don't think it's quite fair to compare him to Chase because Chase is a better receiver than Pitts, but Pitts can do some things that really nobody in recent years is able to do. He's not just a tall receiver. I mean, he's a really good receiver in his own right, but he's also an effective blocker, and that it's the formational flexibility that gives. where they can roll, if they roll three receivers and Pitts out at any given moment, they can go three wide or they can go four wide at any time. And you just, as a defense, you don't know whether to be a nickel or dime. That's a unique problem that he presents for opponents. And I can see Pitts going really high in the draft for it. I think Pitts is a phenomenal asset. And we talk about this all the time, right, during the season, and people didn't quite understand it. Like when Pitts wasn't in the lineup for Florida, it's not just the talent. Like it really changed the way you defended him. And when Florida had Tony and Pitts, and then they had two other high-level receivers in Copeland and Grimes on the field at the same time, really no one in college had the depth to be able to counter them formationally and not be caught in an awkward position. And I honestly think Pitts is going to be more effective with a team that can run the ball better, because Florida could not run last year. And if you get a team that can really run the ball, then you'll see his value as a blocker come into play, and they really will create more conflict.
Atlanta might draft Pitts at 3. It'd be interesting. I've heard they're shopping Julio Jones. It'd be interesting if they drafted him at 3. Because, I feel like they also need a quarterback.
No, I agree. I think the bigger question really with Chase is Chase versus Waddle, Chase versus Smith. The only reason I would consider somebody else is just that I wouldn't have thought, for example, DeVonta Smith would be as good as he ended up being. Now, as I recall, when we talked about Chase number 1, I think you actually said even at the time you thought Waddle would be the first guy taken.
Yeah, I said Waddle this summer in our previews. I had him the top, and I still stand by it. His injury wasn't enough to scare me away from it. I think he's the best weapon. Now, he's not. I don't think he's as good as a prototype wide receiver as Chase, but in terms of just pure weapon, I like him a lot. And unlike Ruggs last year, who I thought would be the first wide receiver picked, but I said I wouldn't pick him at first, even with the injury. Waddle didn't have a career of nagging injuries, and that's what scared me about Ruggs, was a guy that's always going at 10-10s to get the top speed. He always was somewhat a little bit hurt, and I didn't see that with Waddle, and I think he's just as fast.
At this point, we're kind of just sitting here waiting for Jacksonville to inevitably take Trevor Lawrence. Does anybody have any questions to get us kicked off? The thought on how this is going to go is the draft's going to sort of naturally lead to discussion, right? Because guys are going to get drafted. We can talk about them. We can talk about the teams they come from. We're not going to stick to the draft necessarily. We're going to fill the dead air. But when you guys have questions or things you're curious about or thoughts, throw them up in chat and we'll try to interact with you. We're decently good on the fly, so hopefully that makes it more interesting.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to be different about this versus a lot of other maybe draft shows is that we're going to be able to talk more about the college side of it. We're not going to speak really well to need NFL-wise. We're here to talk these guys' careers and kind of what we think they might do in the next level.
So I think we'll probably talk about who goes 3 once the first 2 picks are out of the way, which are kind of, I think, pretty obvious. Well, maybe we could talk about it a little bit. Justin Fields versus Mac Jones versus Trey Lance.
And my thoughts might not be popular with the crowd because Lance has become a sexy pick, but watching his tape, I didn't love it. Mainly because he's got the same problem that Mac Jones has and that Trevor Lawrence has, in that he's got all day to throw. And he's throwing to wide open guys. And he's not having to do a lot of timing. He's not having to rely on a quick release. That offensive line gave him all day. They were so much more talented than everybody they played that if you're drafting him, you're drafting a guy on pure ceiling, untapped potential, and not really what you saw on the tape.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think the one thing I'll say now is I don't think I would take Lance early, and it's not just an anti-North Dakota State bias. He's thrown fewer passing attempts than any of your low passing attempt quarterbacks in memory. I forget the numbers, like 270 or something total. He hasn't been playing quarterback very long. And you can say that that's a reason that you want him because he's raw and has all this potential. But remember the nature of the draft. I mean, you're signing this guy for a 4-year contract, and yeah, you have the option to retain him. But if you're, if you are drafting two, you are the New York Jets. You need somebody that can actually play now, right? If you are drafting 3 and you're the 49ers, you really don't want a guy 6 years from now. The team that drafts Lance is probably ought to be someone that doesn't need to play him for a couple years and can try to develop him and see if he pans out. But he's just there are really good quarterbacks in this draft, and he's so boom or bust. Personally, I wouldn't want to risk it.
So we got a super chat from Mark, and we got another one from Funky Fudge 11. I'll let you take Mark's. What do you think about pod scheduling and guaranteed Power 5 OOC rivalry game? And then I'll take Funky Fudge's.
I actually like pod scheduling pretty well. I think it's logistically challenging, and you're probably always going to find schools are a little hesitant to do it because they've got so many divisional rivalries, and administrators are old fogies, and they have a comfort zone, and they have relationships they've built, and they want to operate within those bounds. But this is why I think both of us kind of hate conference expansion to a certain extent because it's kept you from playing the other teams in your conference in a like in a consistent manner. Anything that mixes it up so that you don't have to go 3 or 4 years before you play a team in the other division, I think is good. It now the one thing I will say when you go to pods is, everybody knows we're not an automatic qualifier channel, but if you want to go the route that you win your division, and if you can't win your division, you shouldn't be a champion. That's totally incompatible with a pod format because you don't have clear divisions anymore. So the odds of two teams being in the same pod or what have you get a lot higher in that like clear route to a championship. And then the fact that only champions can be in a national championship race in the playoffs really is incompatible with pods. Pods have to exist in a non-AQ world.
So we got a question. Where do we think Kyle Trask will go? I think both of us are a little higher on Kyle Trask, and this is a question that maybe you want to piggyback on too because it's a good one. Everybody remembers the game that he ended on, but forgets who he was throwing to. And this isn't an excuse to take away from Oklahoma's win. Oklahoma was dominant. They were one of the best teams at the end of the year. I'm okay saying that. Trask, without the talent that he was throwing to, completely threw that offense out of whack. And to his credit, he went out there and played, and it did hurt his draft status, I think. I think he's a very accurate quarterback, and he's a seasoned quarterback. My concern is a little bit with arm strength. I don't know that it's there, and I am a little bit worried that he played in the system he played in this last year. It was something that is not necessarily what he's going to have in the NFL, and I wonder if his stats were a little bit inflated because they didn't run the ball. They did have a lot of trash defenses that they faced. I would say second or third round. Josh, what do you think?
It's going to be second or third round, I think. I could be wrong, but he makes a lot of low percentage throws, and it's not fair to say he got away with it because he had the talent to make it work. But if I am someone drafting a quarterback, I'm going to be really concerned about what happened in that game against Oklahoma where he didn't have the same talent and he looked out of sorts. If you put Trask on a good team with a good set of receivers, I think he can be really successful. But I think we both agree with this. His ceiling is basically Kirk Cousins. Like that's his ceiling as an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And let me put it this way. Like the New England Patriots could start Trask and probably be a pretty successful team. I think he could go somewhere like the Chiefs where you've got a lot of weapons and he could be a successful quarterback. If he's on a team that is bottom half of the NFL in either offensive cohesion or offensive talent, if he was let's say he was at the Miami Dolphins, I think he'd be an absolute disaster. He may look like Fitzpatrick, but he doesn't play like him. I think he's kind of the opposite. I do think though that I think he'll probably go second or third because I think at the very least he's a high quality backup quarterback that might play into being a starter, and even those are rare and valuable. But right now, I haven't seen the decision making, the velocity, and the consistency to say that when other things aren't available, he's going to throw guys open and make things work.
Another good question. Do we think Fields' success or failure in the NFL will kind of color the view of what people think about Ohio State quarterbacks in the future? I don't. First of all, I think if Fields gets in the right place, he's not Dwayne Haskins, who neither one of us were very high on at all. Haskins, if you go back and watch the tape, he was a throw it 5 yards underneath, 17-yard yak. And that's not what Justin Fields is. Now, if Justin Fields gets in a system where he's got to start week 4 or 5 because of the pressures, because they drafted him at 6, I don't love that. But if he's got 2 or 3 years to sit, I think he could be an elite top MVP candidate quarterback. But as it relates to future Ohio State quarterbacks, no. I think every year is different. Look at Alabama. Like, up until A.J. McCarron, I think they had one guy start a few games between Joe Namath and A.J. McCarron. So I think that each year is its own thing. And, the quarterbacks that got drafted from Ohio State in the past were Haskins is not a first-round guy if that's not a weak class. And then you've got a couple other system guys that racked up yards and wins, but I didn't see that in Fields, and you can generally tell, especially now, you can tell if they're a system guy or if they actually got some skill.
Yeah, I mean we've said that before, and it is what it is. I mean, I think you're going to see Lawrence go 1. Obviously, you're going to see Wilson go 2. The intrigue is at 3 and below,
Why is
and it
Wilson
comes down
going
to your.
2? Why is that a given? I haven't been following.
Well, I think it's pretty much been like it's been out there for a while that the Jets are going to take Zach Wilson, which is funny. So obviously, we're not NFL guys. We're coming at this from more of a college angle. I think we can talk pretty reliably about the college players. But if you're going to ask us what a given team's needs are or the like, that's not really our expertise. We're probably going to be reacting to the picks, not telling you who someone's going to be picking. Um, but they need a quarterback. They want to replace Sam Darnold. It's funny because I think both of us talked a lot about the fact that Sam Darnold was this ultra error prone quarterback, and it's kind of proven true. He was very run it around and throw it. Um, that doesn't translate great to the NFL. I find it weird that they're going to replace him with Zach Wilson, that I think in many ways is kind of a similar player. Wilson's more talented than Darnold. Darnold was thought to be a gamer, right? But his measurable talent, athletically, he was pretty good, but like arm talent and whatnot was not crazy by any means. His arm strength was not that high end. Wilson has a lot of those tangibles. When I watched BYU, I thought he made some crazy, crazy plays on a consistent basis. I mean, I know they're playing inferior competition, but he did make wow throws. The thing that concerns me is when they play better teams, like even the Coastal Carolina game, which was about the best they had last year, right? I was surprised at how he would kind of fall off in the moment. I mean, his 2 years ago, he didn't have that great of a season when they played a harder schedule. And I know he's an intelligent guy, but one thing I often differentiate is intelligence and game acumen and reaction are totally different things. I mean, Greg McElroy was a literal Rhodes Scholar candidate, and he got sacked, was it 11 times in the one game he started for up there for the Jets? Yeah. You can be really, really smart, and it doesn't mean you necessarily translate to being able to process things on the field. And I worry a little bit about that with Wilson. I mean, we'll see, and the talent's all there, and I get it, but I think it's sort of this given that he's going to be better than Darnold, and it's bizarre to me that they're basically picking the same player.
Yeah, and y'all are going to hear some kids screaming in the background. I usually put them to bed around 7 o'clock or Central, so 8 Eastern. And they're being put down right now, and they are loud and screamy. So just get ready. You might also see a child in the background. I've got the doors locked, but it usually doesn't stop them. Okay, so Josh, if you are drafting and you need what is your philosophy on drafting a quarterback in the top 10 in general? Do you have one?
It depends on what your team needs. So first, people talk about quarterbacks being a bust. I will draft 3 guys in the top 10 pick to get one that's really good. I think people underestimate the value of a high-end quarterback compared to the bust rate of other positions. People talk about quarterbacks busting all the time, right? They don't talk about how many offensive tackles bust. There's plenty of first-round draft offensive tackles and defensive ends and defensive tackles that don't pan out. But if you hit on a quarterback, it's extremely valuable. So my philosophy is I want to draft, if I've got a high potential player, I want to hit like 1 in 3. Like if I have a 33% chance, that's totally worth it to me. Knowing I might miss, that's fine. I'll get another one another year. And otherwise, if I'm a team that immediately needs a quarterback and it's like the one missing piece, then I might pull down a little bit and get a guy that's reliable. But there's a reason teams are aggressive across the board with quarterbacks. You either take a guy, if you're a team that has all the other pieces, you can take a guy that's really consistent, and is going to be at least good. And I think in this draft, I might go so far as to say I think Mac Jones is that guy. I think Mac Jones is the quarterback that I don't think his bust potential is particularly high. I think he's going to be a backup quality quarterback at worst. But if you're a team that has a lot of pieces around the board and you're in rebuilding mode, you can take a risk on like Zach Wilson if you're the Jets, or a Trey Lance. And if it doesn't pan out, you're going to have another high pick next year. I want to give a shout out real quick to I got a text from Josh Pate, who sent me some directions on how to fix the mic issue, and he's taking credit for fixing this. So if he's watching, thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. And obviously all the things that happened before I noticed his text message were his doing.
But he didn't fix it, for the record. I Googled it.
Yeah, it's funny. All of us that have done YouTube stuff pretty much all know each other,
and we all know the stresses of the live shows. Y'all don't understand. The live shows are so much more stressful because something always goes wrong. Everyone that we've ever done. But yeah, we love us some Josh Pate for sure.
Yep, there's 247 Sports showing up in the chat.
So everybody stop saying bad stuff about Josh. So we can still say bad stuff about Nerd Josh. What are your thoughts then about running backs? So everybody's saying that the running back's a dying breed in the first round. Someone asked us on Twitter, do we think a running back goes in the top 10? I said no, but I think Najee or Etienne will go in the first round, maybe both. But that might be it. Like, we might see one tonight, and that's it. Do you think, given that running backs are a lot more involved in the passing game now, do you think people should start considering more running backs in the first round?
I think the problem with running backs has not really been the value of a good running back. It's been the hit rate of a good running back. I mean, they've had a lot of RBs taken in the first round that were not nearly as good as guys taken in the second or third. And there've been so many guys like Alvin Kamara that have gone late in the draft that have blown up. And so it's not that a running back isn't valuable. I think the problem is they have a real issue evaluating it. But if you've got a guy that's a really high-level player and you have confidence in him, I don't have an issue with it. And I do think Etienne and Najee Harris are almost uniquely good. Etienne, I personally think he's been the reason why Clemson has been what they have in the past few years. Everybody talks about Trevor Lawrence, but if you go back and look at their games and you look at when they were struggling, like when they were struggling with Syracuse, they gave the ball to Etienne over and over in that game, and that's how they came back and put it away. Etienne is the unsung hero, and Najee Harris, for a guy at 230 pounds, is probably the best receiving back at that size maybe I've ever seen. I don't know if you agree with that, but I cannot recall a guy at his build that was as effective out of the backfield, and it's certainly true right now in the NFL that if you've got a running back that is a 3-down capable back, but is a high-level receiving threat, he's really good. And I'll put one spin before I put it back to you. The funny thing with those two is Etienne, you would think, is the great receiver, but he struggled throughout his career to be a weapon out of the backfield. He really had to learn how to run routes. and catch the ball coming out of the backfield. And they only did it a little bit at Clemson. When he got the ball, he was super dangerous, but he wasn't consistently effective. Harris does not really seem to have the attributes to do it, but was ultra effective. And like, how do you? I have a hard time reconciling that in my mind. Which one, the guy that should be better or the guy that is better? Like, which one you'd rather take if you're a team that wants a receiving running back?
I think the tape is out there on Najee as a receiver. Going back to, I remember the ridiculous long catch he had against South Carolina 2 years ago that really started his recognition as a wide receiver, just because it was like play of the year kind of ridiculousness. But Ohio State fans can appreciate the touchdown catch he had. They ran the same blitz on Mac Jones that he fumbled on. He got the ball away somehow, and Najee had to adjust with the ball in the air like a receiver. And that kind of stuff is just, some of it is just second nature and you can't coach it. And that sort of tape, to me, puts him over the top in terms of those two. But I think either one going first round wouldn't shock me. But right now I'd have Najee in the first round. Somebody says Sermon in the second round. I think that is the potential. Trey Sermon in the second round has the potential to be a massive monster value pick. To me, Josh, Trey Sermon is either going to be a monster or a complete bust. What do you think?
I agree with that. I think I've always felt like Trey Sermon is a TJ Yeldon clone in a lot of ways. Consistently underrated. I think he can be a consistent starter for an NFL team. We both talked a lot when he went to Ohio State that we felt like it was a big deal. We were really high on Sermon. We stayed high on him after the first few weeks where it took him a while to get going. I always thought that he's a really good player. But I don't know that there's a lot about him that I would say is an elite value. When you're talking about real elite, right? I mean, an Ohio State fan should get that. I mean, you're the school of Maurice Clarett. You had J.K. Dobbins, right? I don't know that he's quite on that tier, but if you're a notch or half notch below that tier, you can be darn near as effective. And I think that's the kind of career he's going to be, is a high level serviceable starter if he stays healthy. One thing I'll note with all these guys too, guys like Trey Sermon, or especially the quarterbacks, right? Going back to that discussion with top down 10 picks at quarterback, there's a lot of value in drafting a guy that is going to be effective within the first 2 years that he's there, because right now everything's so salary cap driven, right? So the NFL dropped their salary cap this year, and as a result of that, they've got to find ways to get value. And I think that's probably going to make everyone in this draft a little more hesitant to take a guy that's a developmental prospect. When you're talking about a Trey Lance versus a Mac Jones, why do you take Mac Jones? There's going to be a certain element that they say, if we can get Mac Jones and he can be let's say, even average level starter for 3 or 4 years, you don't think of him as making a huge impact. But what you miss is if you can get average level talent out of a rookie scale contract from a quarterback, that saves you so much money compared to what the undrafted free agent quarterbacks, or not undrafted free agent, the free agent quarterbacks are going to go for, right? Like, if you can get a guy that maybe I don't know, maybe Garoppolo is a little better than Mac Jones, but he's a heck of a lot more expensive now, or he will be. And so that difference in quality, you can easily make up on it by pulling a better receiver or offensive tackle or what have you from free agency. And that aspect is really important. And I think it's going to really temper what a lot of teams are going to want to do in terms of taking a developmental guy, because you still have to be paying to have an experienced quarterback on the roster, and he's an added expense. He's not a replacement expense for an expensive pro player.
Well, we've seen that with these max contracts for quarterbacks for Mahomes and Wilson, that the team it's starving the team in other areas, and you can have the best quarterback in the world, but if you can't afford an offensive line and you can't afford a defense, it doesn't matter. That's why I really like Miami right now. I like San Diego right now, and I like Cincinnati right now, because those teams already have a lot of the pieces in place. Miami's got a really good defense. They need some offense. But Tua's contract versus what they would have had to pay for Watson, would have been out of this world. Although Watson might be got for a little bit better deal right now. Just real quick, somebody is asking. Two people are asking about DJ Uiagalelei and if he's going to be any good this year. I think that. I mean, he's like, if I had to do a Heisman right now, he'd be in my top 5. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but the guy looked good and polished and poised. And maybe you can touch on this a little bit, Josh. Clemson this year, I expect to be hungry in a way that people don't appreciate. They see Alabama kind of reload every year, but Alabama has these peaks and troughs within their dynasty where things get a little stale and they exit a lot of guys, either from attrition or graduation or whatever. And the guys right behind them are super hungry, and even the coaches get a little bit more pep in their step. What do you think about that with Clemson as maybe being a lot better this year, like addition by subtraction?
They should get Justin Ross back, right? Which I think is maybe the most forgotten aspect of the 2021 season, or maybe the 2020 season. It was him, ETM, and Lawrence that made that offense super dynamic. And their ability with Lawrence to throw those routes to those big-time receivers was a big part of their game the past few years, and they missed that. I personally think DJ Uiagalelei may be the best quarterback in college football last year, straight up. I'm not just talking about hype. I think he may be flat out the best one. And I think when we talked about top 5 quarterbacks for this upcoming year. That was a while back. I don't even remember what I said. But, I mean, I'll go back and say this. I think it's consistent with it. The quarterbacks from Ohio State, Alabama, and Clemson are probably going to be 3 of the top 5 quarterbacks in general consensus by the end of the year. I think it's very, very likely. C.J. Stroud, I'm not sure that he's quite on the level of like Young and Uiagalelei that, when they came out 2 years ago, they were absolutely vying for like number 1, number 2 overall recruit. But Stroud runs a really friendly system. He's a better athlete than either one of them. And I do think he's going to end up being the guy at Ohio State. But at the end of the day, all 3 of those guys are going to be super productive. And there's going to be a lot of talk about returning players like Sam Howell at North Carolina. Like, North Carolina loses a lot of other pieces. I think Howell is a really good quarterback. But I think you have to realize in the college game, most of the time, these young guys at big schools that were super hype recruits, they end up being the next big thing, right? Johnny Manziel wasn't on anyone's radar when he won the Heisman. When Jameis Winston in 2013 came in and won the national championship, no one really knew who he was until that season started. Winston was a much bigger recruit. He was actually a 5-star, but that's been pretty consistent. Those guys end in college these days, and I feel like people expect players to take a bigger jump than they do. Everybody will point. Would you agree with this? Joe Burrow is almost the exception that proves the rule. Like, Joe Burrow taking a big step forward really said a lot about Burrow and made his story, but it was a story because it was so incredibly unusual. It's extremely rare to see a guy take that kind of a step.
Yeah, and this is why I might have a little bit of a concern about Young at Alabama because, he wasn't put in great circumstances in mop-up duty from what I saw this year, but I never got really that wow moment in succession, like 3 or 4 plays in a row like I did with DJ. So, you have a good, insight that I agree with in that the first year, this is why you want to hold back quarterbacks, pro, college, whatever. The first year is like 70% of what you're going to get in general. They don't have drastic jumps in improvement year to year. And if they do, it's first to second year. But after that, you've got who you got.
Yeah, looks like Trevor Lawrence is shockingly being selected as the first pick. I know.
This might, y'all. I feel like this might be a bust. And here's my spiel. I've given it before. I'll give it again. He's got the same problems that Mac Jones has, that Justin Fields has. He faces inferior talent on the other side of the ball, and that's the knock against Mac Jones, right? Like, he's got all this talent around him, and he's just going to steamroll everybody. Trevor Lawrence has that, but he doesn't have the numbers that Justin Fields or Mac Jones has. He's putting up like 8.5 yards per game. He's had these random games where he throws 2-3 interceptions against crappy teams. He has these games where he'll throw a couple of bomb touchdowns, but he can't move the ball that well. He's got every physical metric in the world to succeed, but we've seen him for 3 years now, and I feel like just there's something in my gut, and I'll admit that I may be wrong. There's something in my gut that tells me that he's being drafted on measurables and hype more than he is on actual production.
Yeah, somebody in the chat had asked about like what about O-line and environment and everything else with a quarterback. You definitely saw that being a factor with Burrow, and in his case, I think it was held back more than anything. In second to last season, and then they bring in Joe Brady, turn it around. Everybody talks about Joe Brady being a genius, but you can only be a genius to an extent that the other guy wasn't living up to potential, right? Like, I've always thought that was kind of funny, and maybe this is our negative viewpoint, but if a team is already being coached perfectly, you can't coach them more perfectly. But I will say with Trevor Lawrence, I mean, they've got a really good system. They've been successful for a long time. They were successful with Deshaun Watson. And I was surprised how many games they had to rely on ETN. Again, ETN was quite often the piece in those middle to low tier games where they won. And it was him running the ball and having explosive plays that won those games. Trevor Lawrence was not a top 10 quarterback last year in QB rating. I mean, he was QB rating of 169. Mac Jones was 203. Zach Wilson was 196. Kyle Trask was 180. So there are a lot of 9.5 yards per attempt from Trevor Lawrence, and Wilson and Jones were both 11.2 yards per attempt. There's a lot of measurable stuff from him where, as good as I think he can be, he still is not a guy that's ever finished top 5 in QB rating or top 5 in yards per attempt. And it's kind of weird, given all the advantages he had at Clemson, how much better they were than their competition throughout most of the season, that it never panned out. And I have wondered for years how much of him really does rely on that 2018 championship game where they played an Alabama team that didn't have any pass rushers because they'd all gotten injured, and then ended up down like their third and fourth corner, and they dominated throwing low percentage shots. He literally never replicated his stats from that game in any game, not even against a low-level team. He never had that kind of QB rating, yards per attempt, anything in a game. And I totally would get it. I would draft him first overall. I think the measurables are there. I think the aptitude's there. I kind of wonder if Clemson toyed with teams so much that it hurt his stats. But yeah, I mean, the potential for a bust is real. Trevor Lawrence is absolutely someone that there are red flags about, and for all the talent, it won't shock me if he ends up just not quite having whatever it is.
Yeah, and I want to go to maybe a little more positive. Give me the guy that may or may not get drafted tonight that you think is the most undervalued pick in the draft.
All right. Can you give me a minute to think on that?
Yeah, I can. I can give you a minute to think on that. Y'all tell us in the comments who you think is the most undervalued pick in the draft. And
undervalued pick. I'm trying to think of different positions. I'm not going to go with like a lineman. You could probably make some arguments for linemen, but this is a terrible year for defensive linemen. There just aren't many that are good, flat out. Offensive linemen, I don't feel like I can evaluate that well. You really have to know O-line to evaluate an O-lineman. Like, you've really got to know that craft. And they still get it wrong a lot in the NFL. Like, I don't even remotely claim to be able to evaluate that particular position. And so that really leaves like the defensive side of the ball or skill positions. I think the guy that's probably going to end up being the best value pick, it's very real shot. It's going to be Jalen Waddle. If he had been healthy all year, I think he'd easily be in the conversation for the top receiver off the board. Might, maybe even probably would have won the Heisman. And funny enough, I'll draw a comparison to another Alabama player several years ago that we both thought was insane that he dropped to like the third round, and that was Eddie Jackson. That we were convinced that Eddie Jackson was the best safety in the draft, but he had a broken leg. And because he'd been hurt and he missed, I think, half the first year, he slipped way down. And of course, that guy's a Pro Bowler. I think Jalen Waddle's the same thing, only he's actually already healthy. Like he could be the best receiver of the group day one. And he's probably going to slide just because he was injured last year with an injury that totally won't affect him in the upcoming, any point of his NFL career.
Somebody says Ojulari, but I think Ojulari might go pretty high. Mine is going to be Shaun Wade, and hear me out. We remarked multiple times last year how he was playing the wrong position. And I think that kind of hurt his draft stock. It really hurt his draft stock. But I think because of that, he's going to dip, but they're going to get him and put him where he needs to be. So am I crazy there and thinking that maybe he'll be really undervalued and turn out better in the NFL than we saw him in his last year at Ohio State?
I don't think that's Wade is absolutely a safety. He's not. He is a safety with cover skills. He is not a corner. Again, you can draw the same comparison, the same player with Eddie Jackson. He struggled early in his career a lot as a corner and then was an All-American as a safety. Looks like, Zach Wilson on the board, BYU, pick number 2. But Shaun Wade, I think, has the same potential. Like if you put him at safety, now you have a guy that actually can cover a receiver, but he's physical enough to play safety. He has the range to play safety, and he has cover skills. He'll be a far more effective safety, I think, than he was a corner. And he was a corner, obviously, out of necessity for Ohio State because, like in the national championship game, and we talked about this all throughout the season, they had to do a lot of stuff schematically to cover up for the fact that they didn't really have 4 corners or even really 3 that they trusted. And so Shaun Wade was forced to play out of position. Zach Wilson, he's an enigma to me, man. I mean, evaluating him because of the team he played on and the competition they faced is really tough. I know it's not North Dakota State, but I mean, to some degree, inferior competition is inferior competition, and you can't fairly evaluate him to Lawrence, Fields, or Jones with who he played against, and also who he played with. He didn't have anywhere near the receiving talent that those guys had either. I think he has a tremendous amount of potential. I think this could prove to be a really high-end pick. But it's an interesting one. You can draw some comparisons to Mahomes in terms of a guy that maybe wasn't as hyped in a lot of ways, but you saw him throw up a lot of touchdowns. And maybe he's an effort to try to draft another Mahomes that's out of line. But I think the concern for me, and I don't know if you agree, Mahomes was ultra productive in college. Ultra productive at Texas Tech. He's the reason Baker Mayfield transferred to Oklahoma. There were reasons to think he was that good. And I know we had some discussions where we talked about maybe everybody was kind of missing on Mahomes. I wish we actually recorded it. And that's not just me blowing smoke later. Like there were signs in college that Mahomes could be the guy that he ended up showing out to be. Obviously, he's the same player he was. Zach Wilson doesn't have the same highlight reel. And maybe the offense, maybe the players, but I don't know. It's an really interesting evaluation to me.
I think we're going to see quarterbacks just dominate the draft, and it makes sense to me. I don't personally love drafting a quarterback in the first round. I get it now, though. Like you said, it makes a lot more sense with math on the contracts, but I hate this pressure to start a first-round draft pick at quarterback midway through the season. I hate it. I think it ruins these guys. I think there's a lot of guys that would be really good. They see what happened with Mahomes and what kind of happened with Burrow before he got hurt. They see this and they're like, okay, we need that. And then the pressure from the fans and the ownership to start these guys, but a lot of times they're just not ready. And for every one of these Mahomes, there's an Aaron Rodgers who sat and waited his time, and now he's awesome. And I think there's a lot of guys who don't make it to their second contract that would have if were given a little time. But I also get it. Like it's a passing league now. It's a quarterback league now, and you're not going to win without a good quarterback. So I wouldn't be surprised if two of the next 3 or 4 picks were quarterbacks as well.
Well, I think there's also just the general question of whether anyone who goes to the Jets is going to be successful. And that's not a pithy comment. Mahomes wouldn't be Mahomes if he wasn't with Reid at the Chiefs with the weapons they have. And I mean, do you even think Mahomes would be a household name if he was at the Jets? As good as he is, I have a hard time believing it.
Um, I don't know. I mean, the Jets. I feel like they drafted Darnold high and they were like, okay, we're done. I mean, they've made some really head scratching moves in the drafts years past, and then the fans have begged them to put weapons around Darnold, which is why I'm skeptical that just drafting another quarterback is the answer. Like, one of the reasons Tua struggled this year was that he had a offensive coordinator that had pull out of retirement. He had one wide receiver that anybody had heard of. He was down to like his third or fourth string running back, but his first string running back wasn't that great. Offensive line wasn't great. They should have sat him on the bench the entire year. And I just feel like if you're going to draft a quarterback high, you got to be committed to putting the weapons around that quarterback to help him succeed. And you're right. Like Mahomes would still, I think, be better than Darnold in New York, but he's not going to be the guy that's winning Super Bowls in his, second or third year in the league. Who will go higher than expected tonight? Asks Funky Fudge.
Do you guys see how this relationship works, where Daniel just repeats the hard question and then makes me try to answer it?
Well, I'm going to answer it too.
Okay, well, can you answer it first?
No, I just spoke. It's your turn.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Actually, maybe not expected, but higher than should is Zach Wilson. That's the answer of who will go higher than should. Higher than expected, I would say, is probably going to be a quarterback. Somebody's going to reach for a quarterback that shouldn't. So my guess is a lot of people have said Trey Lance is going to slip. My guess is he's going to go higher than expected and higher than he should. And I think there's a high bust factor with that if he's because he didn't play this last year, right? So he's going to be rusty, not have a lot of tape on him, so it's a gamble, and he doesn't face good competition. So that's my pick. Who's yours, Josh? Now that I gave you time to think about it.
I think the answer to this question is going to come down to where the run is. When you follow a draft, one of the reasons it's so hard to predict, and people give these pundits a really hard time, I'll defend them. The nature of the draft is about evaluating what options are going to be available to you later, right? So like the defensive linemen are going to go a lot higher than they should. Like Christian Barmore could end up being a first round draft pick. Christian Barmore, in my opinion, is not a first round defensive lineman, but there are no real, especially in the interior line, there are no first round interior linemen in this draft that are first round talents. I don't think. And those guys are going to go high because if you want one, you better get it early or you're not going to be able to fill that need. But what often happens is there ends up being a run at a position, particularly if there's a really, really deep position. People expect like Terrence Marshall, Kadarius Toney to be available late second, early third. And a lot of times people are going to start – at some point people are going to start picking this crop of receivers that are all really, really good. And teams are going to want to get in on that before they're gone. And I think there's actually a real chance of a run like that, where you see some guys like the fifth or sixth best receiver, where teams are going to say, like, would you agree with this? Like, people look at Ja'Marr Chase. Terrence Marshall is actually a really, really good receiver. I don't know what the gap is between Chase and Marshall. Chase is a phenom prospect. Marshall himself was like a top 10 recruit, 5-star, forgotten guy because of he was behind Jefferson and Chase and all these other guys at LSU, and then obviously last year went off the rails. teams are going to say like, "Hey, I can get a Chase Light. I need to get this while I can." And if they see that value of that pool start to slip, then they'll slide into it. And there goes Trey Lance, third to the 49ers.
That's just I that's amazing to me. I I cannot believe that. And we are just drafting on potential. I, I'm also curious how much not having a traditional combine, um, how much did that maybe help or hurt players, if at all? Um, it's interesting to me that. So there's your answer. And that's funny that he got drafted at third because what did I just say? He's going to get overdrafted and he's at third. That's crazy. The Falcons take a quarterback here. I like Kyle Pitts here a lot. Patrick Surtain is who ESPN has is the best fit. I think that they just have maybe the FPI computer is also doing this stuff and it's just throwing up players. Um, I, I like Kyle Pitts, especially if they're shopping Julio Jones. They need something, but I don't know that you replace Julio Jones with Kyle Pitts. Um,
Yeah, I think I will say the longer Mac Jones is on the board, the higher the chance you're going to see a real shakeup in a trade. There are a lot of team Fields and Jones are big time quarterbacks, but Jones in
yeah,
particular, there are a lot of teams that are going to see Jones as a guy again that can be at least an average level NFL starter. Like maybe everybody looks for Mahomes, but if you can get an average level NFL starter at a rookie scale price, it's incredibly valuable. And somebody's going to trade up for that because the value from it is going to be massive, and that's going to shake a lot of stuff up soon in this draft.
well, and let's true or false. So this is my take on Mac Jones. Out of the big four, five, um, the three that have been drafted, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones, the one that has the lowest maybe ceiling to improve is Mac Jones, but the one that's most ready now, if you have all the other pieces, is Mac Jones.
Yeah, I'd agree with it. The one I'll say one thing in defense of the 49ers real quick. They have Garoppolo. They don't have to start Trey Lance immediately, which is an unusual thing for a team at 3, right? That they are not in a position where they're desperate for an immediate starter at quarterback, and a lot of times, like the Jets at 2 are. Um, and so that's a big advantage that San Francisco has. This is, I mean, this is the definition of a developmental boomer bust pick. I mean, and the scouts looked at tape and they feel like they know where he's going to develop. I I will be very surprised if Trey Lance is a high level quarterback within any shorter than 3 years with the amount that he's played. I just can't see it happening. Um, yeah,
So with this, now this is what's fun, and I wish we'd have done a draft show every year because this is really interesting. Somebody noted that maybe Waddle will slip to 14th, but in general, let's say the next two are quarterbacks. This means that you're talking about value picks in the top 10 because at least half of those quarterbacks are overdrafted, right?
yeah. I mean, we just had three quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3 in a row. I don't. I'm sure at some point someone is going to give you the stat of the last time that happened, but it's probably been quite a while. Um, and at some point, someone's going to trade for them. I mean, I've heard a lot of rumors that I don't know if they were really rumors or just talk that would make sense that the Patriots could trade up because they have that need, that roster need. Um, but yeah, I mean, Fields and Jones are going to go quick, if no other reason than, um, like we said, teams are going to see that the number of good quarterbacks is going to run out, and they're going to want to get on that train while they can. But once that happens, then you get this next round of guys like you're saying, like Kyle Pitts, that in a lot of drafts would be a top tier quarterback, and um, he's going to fall to somebody like he'd fall even 6 or 10. Though it wouldn't shock me if he gets drafted here by the Falcons. By the way, at least on Skype, you just turned gray. Your video is doing all kinds of weird things.
Yeah, I had to take care of a kid for a second.
Well, I'm just telling you, you are still sepia toned. Now your video is tiny in the card too.
Okay. All right, we gotta fix that. We can't have me being tiny. Yeah. I guess I won't turn my video off anymore.
It's a rare thing
for a second.
It's a rare thing for you to be shorter than me. So
let's see.
He's tall, guys. He's tall man. I think this is worth 30 half. I feel like the number of people watching has gone up, and then the number of people commenting has gone down, and this is unacceptable. Why would you take Lance over Fields specifically?
I would not.
I don't think I would personally. No. I don't know. It feels like a reach to me, and a lot of people feel like it's kind of weird to think that he could be the next Carson Wentz. Like, think about that statement, right? Like, he could be the next Carson Wentz. That's what you went for with pick number 3 for your big time quarterback. I think Justin Fields still has a lot to learn about going through progressions, because he did run a very spread heavy offense at Ohio State. He came out early, and I think he's going to have to adjust from that RPO scheme to other schemes. But in terms of just like flat ball velocity, and especially in athleticism, he's insane. And athletically, he's phenomenal if injury prone. I will say one thing that I think makes a lot of these guys unique in this draft: you've got a lot of guys that have the ability to throw a level throw 40 yards down the field. Yeah. Trevor Lawrence has a unique ability to throw like a 40-yard dig or out, like a deep 20-yard out route, high flat. But Justin Fields can do that same thing. And I think maybe to a lesser extent Wilson and Lance can too. There's a lot of unique talents in this draft, but Fields was more productive, and I'm not sure really what Lance has on him. It really, arm talent wise or physically.
It's funny because all of these, the knock now on a lot of quarterbacks is, there you go, Kyle Pitts to Atlanta. I like that pick. I like it a lot. I like it. What do you think, Josh? Before I get on my comment.
Yeah,
UGA.
I just don't get it. I think Lance absolutely could. He turn out to be the best of the group, sure, but you've got so many really good options that are probably going to be good options. It's a hell of a chance, right? And you have to look at the decision looking forward, not looking back. Every one of these is a spin of the roulette wheel, right? It's a roll of the dice, and somebody you don't expect is probably going to be better than somebody than you think is going to be really good. That's the nature of it. But sitting here today making the decision, you have to think Fields is a lot more proven than Lance. And given how many really, really good options you have, it seems like a weird pick. Now, I think we should probably move on to Pitts, because we were talking about earlier, maybe my favorite thing in the draft. And if I throw you some of the, remember we were shooting back and forth, and I made some annotated photos on how teams used Pitts. Like how Florida used Pitts against Alabama and Tennessee. If I shoot those to you, can you get them in the live stream?
Let me hold on just a second.
I'm making life impossible for Daniel right now. Who would be more likely to be a bust? I think Fields is more likely to be a total bust. Jones is more likely to be a meh player. Jones is going to be able to run an offense, I think, at a consistent level. Like, I don't think he's going to be any worse than a backup quarterback, a solid backup. Fields, you're wondering about how Fields is going to translate to a more pro-style offense, and I think that's a little more boom or bust. I know Fields athletically is at a high level, but the other stuff is a little more inconsistent.
Just distracted him with a Slack message. Yeah. So what's interesting to me is Kyle Pitts everybody, Kyle Pitts, at the end of this whole thing, people were saying he needs to be viewed as a wide receiver and get drafted accordingly. I hope that he's not paid as the number one overall tight end drafted in the draft. I hope he's paid slotted by 4 and not by position. So let's see what else we got here.
I have an idea. I bet I can share my screen and pull up the JPEG and just show my.
Yeah, you can.
So let me do that.
You can.
So let me show you. These are some annotations I made, thinking I might throw them up today. Walking you guys through why I think he's super valuable. And let me see if I can do this. I'll start here. Photos. Sharing. On this screen, you see this is an alignment from the Alabama-Florida game. And they really only have 3 receivers on the field. And what you see...
It's not showing.
Is it?
It's still your video.
Really?
Yeah, I can see it, but they can't.
Well,
I agree. Darren Waller 2.0, maybe a little better.
All right, I'm gonna figure out a way to share this.
No, and now you're small, but I can fix that. See if that fixes it. Okay, while you're working on that, Wentz did win a Super Bowl, but I have a theory about that. That was the first year that the RPO spread that's so heavy in college hit the NFL, and then they adjusted. If you notice the schemes that they're running in Kansas City, they were taking advantage of that too, and then they had to adjust. And I think that Wentz in Philly that year sort of caught lightning in a bottle and got a little lucky because they haven't been able to replicate that since. So, and look, there's not a big market for him right now either. He got benched for Jalen Hurts, who's not an NFL starting caliber quarterback. I'm gonna die on that hill, and y'all are gonna think that I'm crazy because he's getting paid as an NFL quarterback and he's starting, but he's not a starter.
Okay, so I did the wackiest way possible to do this. I set it as my background for my video app. So here you go, commentator version. I'm like duck. I can only move out of the frame so much. What you see here is Florida. I can't believe I'm doing this in a 3-wide set. And the thing I circled, those are star and dime defenders. Those are 2 basically safeties or slot players, Malachi Moore and Brian Branch. And they've got a safety branch man up with Pitts. That's the bottom of the 2 circles. He's in line as a tight end. So they've got Alabama in a dime set against a 3-wide look. Like they've got 3 receivers, and Alabama has 4 DBs on the field to counter the 3 receivers. If you're a team that can run the ball, then you really like your chances with that because they've got a smaller guy in the box. And now let me flip over to the next one. Can't believe I'm doing this. This is the goofiest thing ever. All right. I'm going to have to move myself here. See if I can get this out of the way.
Effective, though.
All right. Here you see another example. And here Alabama goes man up with Florida. And this shows an example of where Pitts can be extremely dangerous because
it didn't change. It's the old one. Oh wait, no. I think it's just a delay.
There's a little delay. So yeah. Alabama brought a blitz here. You see 3 guys are coming on a blitz, and then you see the other guys that are all marked in blue is manned up across the board. And the key thing here, it's at the top of the screen. That is Dylan Moses is lined up one-on-one with a running back. And they have, so let's move my head again. This is really hard to work. You see that's Kadarius Toney that's actually lined up as a receiver at running back. And if you look at the below, so on the far hash, right, below the 30-yard line, that's Pitts in line, and he's lined up with battle of safety. So now you have a safety that's on Kadarian Toney out of the backfield. You have inside linebacker on the running back at the top of the screen, and you have battle of safety on Pitts. Every single one of those guys is a mismatch. And that's the flexibility Pitts gives you because of how the defense has to react to it. That play in particular, Moses ends up grabbing the running back that ran a go route and was just blowing by Moses. He just grabs him and gave up a pass interference because he was going to give up an easy touchdown. And then one more before they move on to the next pick. I think this one, in some ways, is the more interesting one. This is Florida versus Tennessee, moving again. And the thing I want to show here is this is what a more balanced team can do formationally. At the top, you have two wide receivers, or at the bottom, you have two wide receivers, and at the top, you have two tight ends. That's Pitts at the top, and along with Shorter, their other tight end. And
pointed the picture like a weatherman, they say.
Yeah, I know this is crazy. And Tennessee really had no way to react to it. So they've got corners at the very top and the very bottom, and then they've got like linebackers and safeties on Pitts and Toney. And at the bottom there, that's really the fourth DB. He's a nickel player in the slot with Kadarius Toney face up on the near hash. And Toney here ends up just blowing by that guy for about a 25-yard route. And they did this a lot because they would flex Pitts out. They would usually draw a corner on Pitts. So, you flex him out and the corner goes here. And then you got this guy in the slot who'd be Toney. And they would end up a lot of times the linebacker or safety that would have to slide out to cover him. So in this case, Tennessee, unlike Alabama, didn't go with an extra DB. They stayed in a more base formation. But it left him with, at the top of the screen, they've got a corner covering a tight end. And at the bottom, they really have a safety covering Toney. And so they end up with a mismatch on Toney. And so that's the formational flexibility. It's not just how good Pitts is as a receiver, who is really good. It's all the stuff that he creates with his ability to go inline and out. It makes it extremely difficult to defend any team utilizing him on the field.
They really wanted you to draw some adult pictures, but that's okay. This is a family show. We don't want to get demonetized. All right, so Ja'Marr Chase is in that your pick this summer, your prediction this summer came, I guess, to fruition, unless we count Kyle Pitts as a wide receiver, which you do. So it's a little tough because you're fighting against yourself. But Ja'Marr Chase, the first traditional wide receiver off the board. I'm not mad about that. I think this is 2 years in a row where the class is super deep. So we're not, I don't think there's any mistakes we're going to see with the top handful of receivers that are available. Like you said, Marshall might be just as good and could drop way down when other years he'd be, a top 5, top 10 kind of guy. Tell me, is Patrick Surtain going to be the first guy, the first defensive player that gets drafted?
I mean, my gut reaction is yes. Yeah, I think it will be. I know there's been talk about J.C. Horn. Do we disagree with that? I've never
I like
been
Horn and
hugely
you
impressed.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah, we've really been of two minds. Horn has all the measurables you're looking at. I just never felt like he was that impressive in person. He had that one game where he single-handedly beat Auburn, and by Auburn I meant it was basically Bo Nix throwing to him the entire game. But other than that,
well, Pitts came out this week and said Horn was the best guy that covered him all year, or maybe in his career. I like him. I like trash talking DBs from South Carolina. We've seen a few of them in the NFL do really well. Maybe I'm a little jaundiced, but that Auburn game you're talking about, I watched it and he just kept catching the passes from Bo Nix. It was hilarious. That's another player that we can take maybe a beat. Everybody thinks Bo Nix is going to have a breakout year this year. Neither you nor I really think that. And Auburn fans, I'm sorry, but I think y'all are in for a tough season.
Well, we did an Auburn preview last year, and I took tons and tons of heat because I said that expectations for Bo Nix to turn it around or take a big step forward were probably unjustified. He like people don't get. He was a better quarterback in yards per attempt and QB rating and pretty much every stat as a sophomore than a freshman. It's just that when he was a freshman 2 years ago, their defense was so good that he rarely had to do anything. And they would just take deep shot after deep shot to Seth Williams and sort of wait for something to happen. And last year, their defense wasn't nearly as good. And what you saw was a guy that just had to throw more passes, frankly. I think he's just, I don't know a way to put it other than he's just not really that good of a passer.
So does Miami pick one of Tua's former teammates to play with him or no?
I think if you're a team, if you have a quarterback that you think is your guy and he's new and he's struggling, and you have the opportunity to get a guy that he's used to playing with, like Jamar Chase at Cincinnati, it's a big take. I mean, the Dolphins want to win now with Tua, right? Like they want to win now. They want him to be the guy as a rookie, and bringing in Smith has a tremendous amount of value on. And I will say Tua and Devontae, I feel like they had the best connection of anyone on that Alabama roster. When they had a game against LSU, right, and they needed to come back, it was Devonta Smith they leaned on. It wasn't Ruggs. It wasn't Judy. It was Smith that they hit down the field against Stingley. So,
well, there was another pretty important pass he threw to him that he felt comfortable with that I remember against Georgia.
Yeah,
here's my thing though on drafting players for Tua. Nobody on that team, like Myles Gaskin was a rookie. 3 of the 4 top wide receivers were young guys. Put some, like, I would trade down, like I would trade this pick and put some in free agency, find some senior wide receivers around him, even if they're not elite wide receivers, if they're veteran guys. That's what I want around my rookie QB, not a bunch of other, maybe even super talented rookies. But we'll see. I do like your theology there, and that's probably why they went with Chase at Cincinnati instead. Like if they're gonna get a wide receiver for him, going with Chase, though I feel like they probably should have taken an offensive lineman there, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, you make the same argument with Sewell at the problem with offensive linemen. It's so hard to evaluate. Like I get that he's a really good tackle. I never watched Oregon, and while watching them, wow, look how good Sewell is, right? Like you can go back and watch tape and try to figure out how good he is, but I never watched an Oregon game and had him jump out at me, to be honest. And that doesn't mean he's bad. It just means
maybe that's good.
It means it's hard for me hard for me mentally to place him. Jalen Waddle.
Yeah. So
Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. So it's exactly what we were saying with him being a value pick. It didn't slip. Like I have no problem with this. I expected him to be the highest drafted receiver out of the draft coming in. I think he's one of the most explosive receivers in the past 2 years. And he combines like Jalen Reagor, like elite open field speed and athleticism with tremendous leaping and catching ability. I got no problem with this whatsoever.
No, I mean, again, the thing I like about Waddle in Miami for what they need, they have a bunch of traditional, 6'4", long gait, prototype wide receivers. They don't have a super explosive, great slot guy. And, Waddle can live there for them. Whereas, I feel like in Cincinnati, having another outside guy for Burrow and Chase is a good fit. So it's almost like, oh, wow, Detroit got their pick in fast. It's almost like, this fell perfectly for them. And I don't know if those quarterbacks don't go that high. I don't know that, like, Chase and Waddle are probably still there because you probably see Sewell go somewhere and maybe a defensive player. But I got to feel like they're pretty happy right now.
Yeah, no, I do too. I mean, it's interesting. So we talked about this as a guy that I could see sliding, but they didn't let him slide. And I think honestly the teams made the smart choice. It won't shock me if he's not exactly the same guy as Tyreek Hill. I'm not sure that he isn't better in some ways than Tyreek Hill. He's one
I
of the
think he's more physical than Tyreek Hill,
he's the
which is
most
saying a lot.
explosive guy with his level of physicality that I've seen like in the last 5 years. I don't really know of an analog.
No, I was high on Waddle this summer. I told RJ Young, it's funny that Devontae Smith is the best player in the country, but he's not the best player on his team. I said that about halfway through the season. Um, so okay, so if you're Detroit, and I'm looking at ESPN, and they're saying needs are inside linebacker, defensive end, safety, quarterback, and wide receiver. Do you grab the best defensive player on the board now because you've like quarterback and wide receiver have kind of run through, or like what do you have a philosophy there? Are you a best available guy or specific position guy, kind of drafter if you had to be a GM?
If I were a GM in the top 15 picks, I'm best available. The top 15 pick guys are guys that you expect to start and you expect to be an impact player at that position, right? You expect them to be a known named player. It's not really about filling needs. It's about the ability to get somebody that can create or win matchups for you. And for that reason, and I said this earlier, and I think I'm starting to think we got a real chance of it. I think you might end up with a run on something like a run on receivers because there are with guys like Devontae Smith on the board. I'm almost surprised we haven't seen a trade yet. Teams are going to be able to teams are going to see that they have the ability to get an impact guy and they're going to go for it. But the weird thing right now is you've got Sewell that's still on the board, probably already starting to fall later than was thought maybe he would. And you've got the best defender in Surtain, Slater at Northwestern at offensive tackle. I don't know. I find it interesting the Lions picked as fast as they did, but
That was super
at this
fast. That means they knew who they wanted. That's good. But like you said, I'm not putting my pick in fast at all. I'm waiting for trade. Like if I'm picking this high at 7, and we've got some guys that have been overdrafted, that means, and you said you expect some trades to come because some of these guys have been overdrafted, especially Trey Lance, that there might be an opportunity where somebody was at 10 or 11 and didn't expect their guy to be there, that they make a trade. So it's interesting. Do we have any questions? Let's see if we can talk to our people. RJ, oh, that was you. Let's see. Waddle is not more Steve Smith. I disagree with that, and I love Steve Smith.
I would say Waddle's a unique player. It's probably not reasonable to compare him to anybody. Waddle, the weird thing, both the best positive and negative I'll say about Jamar Chase is he is a prototype receiver that's a
Right.
lot like another prototype
Right.
guys. Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle are unique. And you kind of have to balance out in your head if that uniqueness makes them something you absolutely have to have or something to avoid. But they are unique players, whereas a lot of the other receivers are really good. One thing find interesting is Kadarius Toney is probably a really like underrated guy. There's some really really good second round receivers in this draft too that I'm
This
not sure
is
how far
this is
behind
a
they are.
deeper draft than last year.
Yeah,
Isn't Jamar Chase's analog Justin Jefferson?
kind of. Um, I mean, I've been struggling to
Oh,
think.
Glaze is in the house. What's up, Glaze? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. Give him a shout out.
I mean, we're talking about traditional wide receivers that like can be super successful, and obviously we saw that with Jefferson. I feel like they're very similar, in their build, in their approach to the game. I don't know.
Yeah, and this is where we were talking about it earlier. The Lions saw best available offensive tackle Sewell that fell further than he really should have.
You're right.
and they just took him. That's what just happened. The Lions took Sewell because I'm sure on their draft board they listed best to worst, and they said, wait, we can get the best tackle in this draft that maybe in a lot of drafts would be a top 3 pick, and we got him at 7, and they just jumped on it. Smart move.
So Carolina's got Devontae Smith and Patrick Surtain as like best available, best fit. That's interesting to me because if I'm Smith, I want to go somewhere where there's a settled quarterback. If I'm Surtain, I don't care where I go. So I hope for Devontae's sake, he doesn't go to Carolina here. That's what I hope. And we're now at 8 without Fields or Mac Jones. So this is also interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see too. We're talking about like Carolina being on the clock. If they were to trade down, I think they could trade down 5 picks and probably get one of Devontae Smith or Surtain at this point. I mean, would you agree with that? Because they're teams that want quarterbacks, and
yeah, absolutely,
and they're going to teams that want to trade up. This next group, I am shocked that we haven't had a trade already because of the way this draft went. But this next group has got a lot of teams that would benefit from it. But you got to have people that are willing to trade up, and I don't know what everybody's asking for. It's half the game.
I think there is some value for the taking right now, and there's some like the next 4 or 5 picks are going to be super interesting. I think the rest of the draft is going to round out pretty normal, but the next 4 or 5 picks are interesting to me because I can't believe Justin Fields and Mac Jones are still available. But it makes sense. Like if Cincinnati's not getting a quarterback, Miami's not getting a quarterback. And we knew Lawrence was going to go first, but man, something in my gut felt both of those two to be off the board by now.
Yeah, I mean with Carolina, they really don't need a receiver, right? They don't have a real need at receiver. Pitts is off the board at tight end, and we're seeing him go late on the clock here. And but I wonder if they're looking to trade. There's nothing on the board right now that makes a lot of sense for Carolina. If they take a pick, I feel like it's going to be a reach, or it's going to be not a position of need. There are better players on the board than Surtain overall. There just are. And now he's not too far down the list, but I think there are better. Let me put it this way: there are more high value players. There's going to be a team that wants Fields more than they want Surtain. I think there are going to be plenty of teams that want Devontae Smith more than they want Surtain. So, and Horn and Surtain are sort of debated on who's the better player, and you have to keep that in mind.
Surtain's the better player.
Well,
Surtain is the better player.
I agree. So a little bit of it too, right, is how the team feels. But if you don't feel like it's certain, and you go, well, if I trade, I might miss on Surtain, but I still get Horn. Maybe you're okay with that. I don't feel like this is a good slot for Carolina. They're going to be hard pressed to really get good value out of this pick for their needs.
Shout out to Richard, who I think is still a Browns fan. He can let us know in the comments. So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, though. Trade makes sense. They just traded Teddy Bridgewater, which tells me I don't know what to think about that. But maybe that informs on them taking quarterback here. I don't know. But the pick is in. They took all day. I really think the next handful of slots are going to be trade bait. We got to see something with that pretty soon. Let's see if we got. So what pro teams do we support? Man, I'll be honest with you. I follow individual players in the NFL. Josh and I don't want to speak for him, but I bet he's similar. We spend so much mental energy on college football, and I spend my Saturday devoted to college football, and I got a bunch of kids running around the house and a job, and we record on Sundays. I don't have that much time to honestly put mental energy into following an NFL team. So I follow guys that I love from college, and that's all teams, but I don't have an NFL team. Josh, what about you?
Yeah, we've hinted this before, but I'm Like I spend all day Saturday watching college football. Like I have an Apple TV 4K set up so I can do split screen on one screen when I can, and I'll often put multiple TVs up because I get basically one day to watch football to stay on top of this for the show we do when we record Sunday night. And both of us, frankly, have really demanding big boy jobs. It's why this is to us a fun hobby. Um, and we try to do it as long as, and it's really encouraging when you tell us you guys like it because it keeps us going. We make enough money to sort of make it worth our while and to pay the cost to have cameras and stuff, which, I mean, obviously he is the camera and I've been kind of lousy, but like, I mean, I'll be straight. Like I'm a patent attorney in a major firm and I have to work a lot of weekends and I can carve out enough time to watch football Saturday, record Sunday. Cause thankfully I'm in a position where, in a firm where I don't get worked to death, but I can't watch football 2 days straight. And so even though I enjoy the NFL, I don't have enough time to really follow it. I've also, I mean, full disclosure to dox myself, I relocated to DC and there's just not enough in me to root for the Washington football team. And that train wreck, just can't do it. I'm like 10 levels, can't root for that team. So it's kept me disinterested. If I'd moved to like New England or Green Bay or something, I might have a different opinion. But
you could have. Oh, J.C. Horn, my goodness, this is and y'all know, I've said it tonight. I'm really high on J.C. Horn. This is him going ahead of Patrick Surtain is wild. I don't get it.
Well, he's a Carolina boy.
I do not get that.
This goes back to the problem when you're doing a draft too, right? Like I don't think he's the best corner in this draft. And look, every one of these clips. I was watching one of the channels. Like every one of these clips going to be him versus that Auburn team in that Auburn game. But if you don't know that he's the top corner, why are you drafting him now? Because you could get the same guy 5 picks later, and maybe nobody wanted to trade up, and they just waited until the end and said, well, this is the guy we have as the top corner, and we just got to take somebody. I think that may well be what had happened, but this was not a good value pick. I'm not even sure.
No.
Like, I felt confident really that no one that they wanted was going to be worth it at 8, but I'm not sure that he's the guy I would take. I don't think I would have taken the next 5 picks. So, I don't know. You trust your evaluation.
That's my thing. It's kind of like you said, and look, like unlike Detroit, they didn't jump all over it. I think they were waiting for a trade, which may mean that there's not a lot of trade options out there because they waited to the very last second, put their pick in. I hate this pick at 8, not because I hate J.C. Horn. I've been very consistent all year that I like J.C. Horn a lot. I hate it because of exactly what you said. You don't have to pick him here. You can pick him at 13. Trade down. Like in all honesty, the way this draft is going, a couple quarterbacks are gonna be on the board. Like, man, I think it's a gamble at 8. I really do. They reached. This is a big reach.
So Daniel, you're triggering everyone that's OCD like me with your typical everybody reading the card and finding the mistake. There should be a period after the 8.
Guys, I'm doing this in Photoshop. This is like OBS overlaid on Photoshop because I couldn't find a live annotation software. So just deal with it. Okay, so yeah, people do take corners that high, the Sacred Grove. But the thing is, they didn't have to take J.C. Horn this high. And Patrick Surtain is the best corner that Nick Saban has ever had. And that includes LSU. Sorry, he is. He is a day one starter lock in the NFL. I cannot believe Horn went over him. That's shocking to me. If you need a corner, that's a reach.
Yeah, no, I agree. Surtain is the best corner that's been at Alabama, and he honestly disappeared at times because they had problems at other positions. Like they got Moore went out in the Florida game, he got hurt, and so they played the playoffs without Moore. In Florida attacked Moore and the safeties the whole game. Ohio State tried to attack the slot and the safeties the whole game. People didn't even throw at Surtain, but he's extremely technically polished. He's extremely fast and athletic, and he's unusually long. He's a 6 foot plus guy. Um, I'm
So this next pick is interesting because the rumor is Rodgers is going to Denver. Now, um, they didn't have a great year offensively last year, and if you have a wide receiver from Alabama who doesn't have a great rookie year, do you draft another one? That's interesting to me. Let's say Rodgers is going there, which I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a reach, but what do you do here? The question was earlier tonight, like, if Justin Fields isn't great, does it sour you on future OSU quarterbacks? Does what Alabama's wide receivers did last year, which wasn't great in the NFL, and we kind of predicted some of that, does it sour you on Alabama wide receivers this year?
maybe because you start to wonder if it's a product of the environment, but I don't think totally because last year they had four guys, and you could say that maybe they were all a byproduct of each other, but every year is a different situation. And again, you draft players, you don't draft teams, right? And so there's something to be said about whether guys are a product of their environment, but you don't really care that a guy came from Alabama or Ohio State. You just don't. You care about the situation he was in particular to that year and his prior accomplishments. I do think the size is hurting. There's no doubt that size has hurt Devonta Smith. If he was Jamar Chase's size, he would have been the first receiver taken. No question in my mind. Would you agree with that? Like, it's totally about his size.
I don't agree with that because I would have taken Jalen Waddle over all of them. I think in today's NFL, having that utility guy that can play out wide, that can play in the slot, but it's hard for me to say. The thing that's surprising to me about Chase is the same thing that's surprising to me about Lance, in that them sitting out didn't hurt them at all. And to me, I'm not betting my first round top 5 pick on a guy that's been sitting out for a year. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that's fair. And again, value of rookie contracts and all. I mean, you can't necessarily assume you're going to get guys to the second contract. And I'll say the NFL's changed too, where because guys are demanding, like even at the end of the first contract, they're demanding a second one and an extension and such. I think that's even further changing that calculus where you draft, you almost draft with the assumption that you're going to have them for 4 years. Like you're not really drafting to the guy you hope they'll be in 5. I think teams and more are you have to hedge that you got them for 4 and know that you'll have to re-sign them or franchise tag or what have you if you want to keep them longer than that. And I cannot emphasize it enough because I feel like there have been a lot of drafts that get questioned from the general public on why they took X player and not Y player. It's explained by the fact that they don't think this maybe a high upside guy or something is going to last all that long. Somebody joked about, well, you always draft the dominant LSU wide receivers. He's not wrong. I mean, the track record of those high productivity receivers at LSU is good. But let me spin the college side to that a little bit, and especially when you talk about OBJ and Landry when they were there, it also makes you realize how much like Ruben Randall. I remember when I think he was a quarterback maybe when he came out of high school. How much talent they've actually had at LSU, way more than people.
You mean squandered?
Yeah.
Offensively, they've squandered, especially Landry and Beckham. Those offenses were not good, and even so, last year, or I guess 2019, we saw this great explosion of LSU offense. But what a joke their offense was the year before with the same players.
Well, that Beckham and Landry. Was it Bernard Hill? Who was the running back? They had an NFL running back too. Played for the Bengals.
I don't remember. Yeah, Bengal Tigers played for the Bengals.
Yep. Oh, Pat Surtain to the Broncos. Interesting. And
Okay.
again, they went pretty late in the process.
I think everybody's holding out for a trade.
Well,
This,
yeah. Well, I will say Sertan makes more sense because once Horn got drafted, Sertan became more valuable because Horn and Sertan are the best two corners in this draft on paper. And once you knew Sertan was the only one left, he became a much bigger guy to grab. Um, and that's like the one of the mini runs. Somebody's saying Mac Jones will fall in New England's lap. It's looking more
uh,
likely that they're taking. And if you're a team like New England and you're sitting here looking who's on the board and who wants, and the fact that teams aren't trading up, somebody's gonna think that they don't, and probably get away with trading a little less than, or a hell of a lot less than they would have 3 or 4 picks ago to pick somebody up.
yeah, and thank you for the super chat. I agree. It is interesting because there has been, there has been some heat about Mac Jones being a great fit up there. I do think they just extended Cam Newton, which I think would be even better. We talk all about how Mac Jones is the most, NFL ready of the quarterbacks, but him having another year to mature while Cam Newton, has another year to lead the team, I think would be great for Mac Jones because let's not forget he got thrown into the fire in 2019 when Tua got hurt, and then had the one season as the starter last year, and that was it. Burrow transferred to LSU and had 2 solid years as the starter and was ready in Cincinnati. I think it would be great for Mac Jones to fall to a system that's got a quarterback at least for one more year, and it makes a lot of sense for them because Cam Newton's not going to be there more than one more year, I think. But New England's also famous for trading out of their high picks.
Yeah, yeah, they are. But I think they also realized a little bit of a lesson last year that they can't get away without having. You do need a high level quarterback. Um,
It's an
and look,
interesting point you made about Horn going early, making Patrick Surtain more valuable. I think we saw this, and this is what creates runs, like you were talking about. It's like, where does the run happen? Because that's when you see somebody get overdrafted. I think we saw this a couple of years ago with that quarterback class that had Dwayne Haskins in it, where a lot of quarterbacks went early. It wasn't a strong quarterback class, and it put pressure on people to pick the best of that position need available. And I think that's where your approach of, if I've got a top 10 pick, I can't be locked into a single position because whatever happens in front of me, I got to be able to adjust and not be forced into saying, okay, I need a quarterback, so I'm going to take the best one available, even though there's going to be a run on the quarterback. So I really like that approach, like you were saying earlier.
yeah, Brian pointed out, was laughing about that LSU team had the great Zach Mettenberger, but I was sort of noting the ironic reality of it, which is it turns out Mettenberger really was the weakest link on that team, right? It was a bunch of elite NFL. There were multiple NFL starters, pretty much literally every skill player on that LSU team was an NFL starter except Zach Mettenberger. But I think people knew Zach Mettenberger because he was the quarterback.
And Medberger wasn't terrible. I thought that system was terrible. And he did not have a good offensive line, but I didn't think Met was terrible. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
not a good NFL level quarterback, but good enough. Like we talk about, and this is the other thing where there's the knock on Mac Jones or Justin Fields because they're throwing to all these great future NFL wide receivers. Well, there's also quarterbacks out there, especially at LSU, who have had great NFL future wide receivers to throw to and couldn't get any production out of them. So, there's that too.
This is we're getting more interesting now, right? Because the a lot of mocks had Sertan to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Um,
ESPN says best fit for Philly is Justin Fields, which would be interesting because I would take him over
so
Jalen Hurts.
Philly just traded. Is that what just happened? Yep, they traded up 2 picks from Dallas. Oh, and they took it outright, so they didn't give up their from what well, that's not clear. I'm not sure if they have their 12th pick or if Dallas has it right now. But the Eagles took 10. If you're the Eagles, I haven't heard any discussion of this. If you're the Eagles, do you take Mac Jones? Because they played at the same team, and Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. Full stop, in my opinion.
Well, so apparently the owner really loves Jalen Hurts and is putting a lot of pressure to start him. So I don't think they draft a quarterback here. But didn't they trade up to 12 or did they trade down to 12? I feel like Philly traded
No, they traded to 12 already.
with the Dolphins,
right?
right?
Weird. It was San Francisco. Okay, now they traded out of 12, up from 12 to 10. So that 12th pick has gone from San Francisco to Miami to Philly to now Dallas. It's gone through 4 different teams.
Nobody wants it.
Nobody wants 12.
This means they really
Ted.
want somebody that's available, which is interesting, and maybe that is quarterback. So basically they just swap with Dallas.
Yeah, my friend Ted was a huge Philly fan. Was texting me like, "What the heck? We just traded up." And he's been ragging Mac Jones to me for a while, or McCorkle as he calls him, because he didn't like him, and now he's facing the reality that they might have traded up to take Mac Jones, and that the irony of that
Yeah.
would be tremendous.
Tell your friend Mac Jones right now is far better than the Eagles starting quarterback coming
I
up this year.
I both of us I think are extremely skeptical of Hurts as a long-term starting NFL quarterback. And I know some of our other pundit friends and a lot of people aren't super critical of Hurts because he really is a high character, likable guy that you want in the locker room. But everybody has real questions about his long-term viability as a passer. I will tell you that. Everybody has serious concerns about it. Um, I don't know. It's interesting. They could be taking. There's a lot of guys they could take because there's guys that have slipped at this point. I mean, Devontae Smith should have gone. I think in terms of overall talent, it's almost surprising he hasn't gone yet. And you got Mac Jones, who's almost shocking that he hasn't gone yet as a quarterback. So this might have been your trade to take one. Now they've only got 20 seconds left on the clock. Surely the pick's in, right? Surely.
It's in. Surely it what?
Yeah, there we go. That'd be funny if a team traded up and then forgot to make the pick or failed to make the pick on time.
It could be Fields. System wise, it really could be Fields.
Yeah. I was Fields is a much more high level talent to me than Hurts. Fields is a better
Yeah.
version of Hurts. He
Yeah,
can do
I
pretty
agree
much
with that.
anything Hurts can do, and his
Yeah.
arm talent is significantly better, like significantly better than what Hurts has.
I would take Fields over Hurts.
That's interesting too, because they would run the same system. And I think if you
Right.
had Hurts to help Fields get along, Fields would take over as the starter as a more talented player. And if you could hold on to, if you could play, like you could play a running quarterback in that system, and know you have Hurts that could plug and play if Fields got in. I feel like that's a big deal with the running quarterbacks. You don't want to get him hurt, but one of the other big things is it's tough because if he gets hurt, you may have to completely change your system. But if you got two guys that are a lot alike as runners, you have a lot of like you've got the flexibility to do that, and you can even sub Hurts in if you're in the goal line to avoid getting Fields banged up and continue to run the same system.
Wouldn't that be interesting too? Because last year Wentz was mad that they drafted Hurts, and this year, like I wouldn't do that to Hurts because if you're getting rid of Wentz or naming Hurts effectively your starter, you don't need him looking over his shoulder his first year. That's not good management. Like if you've picked the guy to be your starter, you need to die on that hill for at least a year.
Yeah.
Um,
Now my buddy
so
did correct me that they traded back from 6 to 12. That's how they originally got the 12. So that thing's been they've done
I
a
hope
lot of movement.
I hope for his sake they take Mac Jones just because I've got a lot of friends in Philly that would probably be excited about it. So he should be excited about it too.
Yep, they took Devonta Smith. So there you go.
Interesting.
For all that discussion, they must be comfortable with Hurts, and I don't blame them if it's the case. They probably saw Smith sitting there at 10 and said, this is a guy that's a better talent than 10. Like that
I,
that was the side effect of Horn and Sertan going 8 and 9.
well, and I think it's the right move. I mean, look, like I said just a few seconds ago, if Hertz is your guy, he's got to be your guy for a year. So you can't like get somebody that's as good or better than him. Um, and then what you're also doing is not getting any support around whoever your quarterback is. So I like Smith. I like Smith here at 10. Um, Giants are up next.
Interesting they traded up from 10 to 12. I mean, they replaced. Like, did you really think the Cowboys or the Giants were going to take Smith? I don't know. Maybe just thought he's just way too valuable to be sitting there.
Well, here's why I don't trade up for Smith. I love him. Like I was one of the early people saying he should be the Heisman winner. I'm not trading up for a wide receiver in a class this deep in wide receiver.
Fair.
Like,
There, it it would not shock me if Kadarius Toney ends up being a better pro than Smith. Like it would not shock me. I don't think it's
or Marshall.
likely, but it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me if Terrace Marshall is a better receiver than Chase. Do I think it's likely? No, but it wouldn't shock me. So to your point, the drop off at the quarterback level with Fields and Jones to everybody else, I think, is really significant. But I think there are a number of elite receivers still on the board. Um, but Smith is a unique player. He is a unique player. And in theory, you might have just gotten your next like Deshaun Jackson, right? Like he is a like touchdown at any point threat guy. And if you feel like that's the kind of piece you need in your offense, then it's hard to blame him. It's just hard to.
And Deshaun Jackson is the analog that I was talking to RJ a couple of months ago, and I said they're the same guy, same size, same gait. Like you watch them run side by side, and they're the same kind of long strider, skinny guys that can scoot. Smith, I think, is far more physical than his size. He is not a burner. Like I think one of the things that maybe helped him a little bit is that he didn't have to run at a combine because he's not going to put down. You want the trade off to be if you're super small or thin that you're going to put up a 4.27 at the combine. He's not that kind of guy, but he's effectively fast because he's a really very good route runner. The only thing in the back of my mind that scares me a little bit about Smith, and you can speak to this a little bit, that Alabama schemed him open a lot. That Ohio State game where he had 4 touchdowns or whatever and all those yards, most of them were scheme yards and scheme touchdown, and that would concern me just a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you with the jump that if you're concerned about his size, I have never seen anything from him that says he's not physical enough. Like he is very good off the jam. He runs through contact. Like he had multiple. So people remember the championship winning catch, but he had another one in the Mississippi State game that year in 2017 where he ran through a tackle with like 20 seconds left for them to win that game when their defense was all shot to hell. He's a physical guy. It's more if you're concerned about durability or ability to just like get just taken down by the physical NFL corners. My concern with him, like you're saying, I don't think he's elite top end speed. I think he is fast, but he's not like Waddle is another gear entirely. His game, like I guarantee you, his 10-yard split is crazy. Like when he came out of his break, he could get a lot of separation. And in that scheme where they had a lot of shifts and motions and RPO stuff, teams had a really hard time when he would motion up and go. They couldn't keep up with that initial jolt, and he would be almost immediately open. In the NFL, if you move him wide and now he's running a more traditional route on a man corner and you're not doing all that so much eye candy, I'm not sure how effective he's going to be. I think he'll still be effective because he's a really good player, but I'm not sure if it's going to translate to the same extent. But again, I just don't have a huge issue in it. He is a unique player, and if you felt like he was special, and something, another thing to consider, like last year, CeeDee Lamb slipped in the draft, and he fell right before the Eagles, and the Cowboys snatched him up. And so they may well have been just trying to avoid the same thing again. They had the receiver they wanted to grab on the board, and they said, okay, we'll just move up a couple picks and get him down. And I don't know, I haven't heard any of the details on it. If somebody wants to put it in chat, feel free. I can't think they had to give up a ton to move from 12 to 10. So, yeah, not really a major issue. All right, Bears. It's another one of my good friends is a huge Bears fan. I'm kind of curious here. They need everything.
Traded up. They're getting a quarterback. They got to be.
I mean, if the Bears get Mac Jones or Justin Fields, I feel like, and I think they've got to, I feel like it's the steal of the draft that they had. Just the fact that they had both options on the table at 11 is the steal of the draft. Now, whether or not either one of them, whichever one they pick pans out, I can't think the Bears thought they'd be in the position, especially after Lawrence Wilson, Lance went 1, 2, 3, that they were going to have the pick of those two at 11.
And it's probably likely that whomever takes Fields or Jones wanted them more than Lance and possibly more than Zach Wilson.
Yeah, it's possible. And again, they're like, we were all surprised Lance went 3.
Somebody said trading up to snag Kellen Mond, smart move. That's one guy that's gotten a lot of heat pre-draft that we are not high on.
I watched him play for 4 years, and he was the same player every year.
Yeah.
Every year. I'm sure if you went out and watched him throw in a combine, he'd look great. But it was the same guy. It just his ability to process things, and frankly, it's a lot of the same concerns I have. Hurts. And let me be super clear disclaimer, and I mentioned this, I said this before, processing on the field is not the same thing as intelligence or understanding an offense. Like Hurts is the son of a coach. He understands the game perfectly. He doesn't process super fast. I'd almost wager money that if you had him take an intelligence test, Hurts is probably more intelligent than Tua. Would you agree with that? Like I have a feeling he has a better understanding of the game, and he's probably a more intelligent quarterback. Yeah. Tua has a much more intuitive ability to process on the field. It's a different skill. Mond does not have that skill.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think what's interesting is you note all of the heat around Mond has happened post-football. It's happened with pro days and private workouts where, there you go, Justin Fields. I think that's that's a steal. At 11, that's a steal.
Yeah.
Also interesting to note that the first Ohio State pick off the board is at 11, which is interesting because part of it has nothing to do with them and has to do with what was available and what people took. But it's interesting because it speaks to Ohio State maybe having a lot of talent still on the team there. And you know, you and I both like Wilson more than Olave. They're stacked at wide receiver.
Yeah, and their depth at wide receiver is crazy, and that's probably going to show up a lot more this year. They had a lot of freshman, sophomore guys that weren't on the field a ton, and they're probably going to start getting on the field. But this goes to something I said when we were getting ready in the lead up to the draft, right? That having a lot of guys drafted indicates that you should have been successful. And what we've seen so far in this draft is there's a reason Alabama won the national title last year. They had 3 top 10 picks in the draft. They played to the level they should have played at. And, I mean, they're firstly not a bad thing, but I think what it highlights is that Ohio State did not have the same number of freaks maybe that they have had in the past. And I don't know how many are going to get drafted in the next, 50 picks. But this wasn't the same roster with Chase Young and Okudah and all those guys that they had. It just wasn't it was a good season for them to win their win the Big Ten, make the playoff, win the first game against Clemson. It's not surprising and nothing to be embarrassed that they lost to Alabama last year. Alabama had a crazy talented roster. They really were that good. And it didn't really say much more than that was an up, actually, really was an up year for Alabama and probably a little bit of a down year for Ohio State. Um, and like you're saying, Ohio State's going to return a lot of what they had from last season, or at least with the talent, with the recruiting they had, I think they're going to be able to replace a lot of their losses.
So if you're the Dallas GM right now, you don't need a quarterback. You just signed your quarterback. Are you shopping 12 because Mac Jones is still out there? I mean, you just traded down once, but are you doing it again?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like we keep talking about Jones, and it may be that people aren't nearly as high on him as we would have thought. That would surprise me, frankly, for the same reason that I don't think people were low on Justin Fields, and he slipped to 11. So I got to think they are still really high on him. And I will say this: there were a lot of people that had Rashawn Slater as a top five overall. If you were just talking like pure best available, or I say top five, but like a top five, top 10 in a lot of drafts, and he's still sitting out there. Um, if they were to go with Slater at tackle, I wouldn't hate it. But we're quickly getting to the point in the draft. Like I like Owusu Koromoa at Notre Dame. I like like Vera Tucker, who was the guard out of USC, and all those guys. They're great and wonderful. They don't move the needle a ton for me. And there are teams that really need a Mac Jones or like Micah Parsons and Ojolari. Their teams are going to be looking for those guys because they're so much better than what else is on the board, and they're impact guys. That, like you said, there's probably going to be some trade bait. I My limited understanding, though, I bet you that the Cowboys. I have a feeling the Cowboys are going to take just take a position of need. I mean, they're going to take a linebacker. They're going to take a tackle here. Well, there's not really a need to take a tackle, but they're just going to take a good overall fit probably, and not necessarily an impact guy.
Yeah, they just says pick is in. I don't love the situation in Chicago for Justin Fields. I'm worried. This was my concern with him. I'm worried that there's going to be a lot of pressure to put him out there in like the third game, and it might spoil him a little bit. That scares me.
Yeah, just kind of sitting here waiting for this to get announced now. Um, yeah, Chicago is a team that's really looking for somebody to immediately come in and play quarterback, and I don't know that that's a situation
Right.
Fields needed to be in a lot. Feels a lot like Dwayne Haskins. The difference, I will say, I think Chicago in general, Chicago is in a pretty good position as a team. Like they need a quarterback to fix a hole. Washington had a lot of issues and needed to build around a quarterback, whereas maybe you can put Fields in there at Chicago and not ask him to do much. But I don't love the fact that there's a need for him to play immediately. But it's probably going to happen wherever he went in the first round, realistically. And I don't know that. I mean, I know they're not stacked in terms of offensive talent, but they're not bad at Chicago. They just had poor
Well,
quarter.
I would have rather Fields gone to San Francisco because there wouldn't have been the pressure, as you noted, with Trey Lance for him to start. I would have loved for him to go there. I don't like him in Chicago. And I think he's a lot better than Haskins, but I think even great quarterbacks can get ruined starting too early.
Yeah, it's the other thing is I feel like they've been so conservative offensively for so long. From what I understand, again, like in the comments, let us know if we're what you guys think on these pro teams because you probably know them better than we do, truly, in a lot of ways. Um, but Fields, it seems like an odd fit too. Just my gut.
This pick has been in for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So Slater was. I feel like he came out of nowhere a little bit the last half of the season. That's who ESPN is saying is best available, Micah Parsons. And someone just called this. I like Micah Parsons to Dallas.
Yeah.
Who just?
Well, I mentioned a second ago when I was talking about guys that were impact, I named Parsons because I felt like, again, well, there he goes, Parsons. Oh, are they saying it's Parsons? Yep. He's a guy that got forgotten because he sat out last year, but I mean, he was Penn State 2 years ago. Like that guy was an unstoppable force. So I don't hate it. I mean, I it's a lot like the Waddle pick. It didn't matter what his stats were last year. It matters how good the player is. And when he was playing, he's a player that I absolutely see could go in 12. And I think if he had played last year, I think everybody would be totally on board with this because I think he'd be easily an all-conference level guy. Some people are probably going to not like the pick just because he's been out of sight, out of mind, and it's not going to have the panache in their mind. But he's an awesome football player.
So interestingly, with the Chargers, Herbert had a great year last year. He had a lot of offensive talent around him. They in my mind, like their defense was terrible. Like they lost that game with Miami, and it was because Tua and the Miami offense had their way a little bit, and that was their struggle down the stretch. I wonder though, at 13, like as we've talked about before, is there a needle moving defensive player out there, or can you trade down and get the same guy at 24 or 20 and trade out of the 13th spot?
Well, yeah, I mean, so Dallas had a serious need at linebacker. And the Chargers also need defense, but at this point in the draft, and I think we're on the same page, I am not wowed by the defense for a while. The offensive guys on the board for the next 30 available, the offensive guys to me are ahead of the defensive guys. This is not a super deep defensive draft, and I'm not sure if you're the Chargers that you're going to get a great value. Like ESPN considers the best fit to be Farley, the corner from Virginia Tech. I'll be honest, I don't know Farley that well, but I've never heard anything about him that said it really was speculation that had him even in the first round. Like there are not a lot of defensive players on the board that are super studs, especially like their needs at defensive tackle. This is not a good defensive line class. And then the two corners that were clearly the best corners are gone. So I don't know.
Next year is a much better year for defensive talent.
Yeah, this is the Chargers are in an awkward spot here. I just have no idea what they're going to end up doing. I don't know that there's a good solution. This is a super chat from Funky Fudge 11, which is still an awesome name.
Funky Fudge is.
How did we meet each other? So how much information? I think I can give a fair amount of information without doxing. Why don't I let you tell that story?
Our wives went to law school together.
Yeah,
and my wife is no longer an attorney.
Yeah, it's a short version of it. The people said Barmore. See, that's gonna be his pop name. Barmore is severely overrated. We talked about that earlier. That I didn't think Barmore is a first round talent, but he will probably go first round because there's nothing behind him. Micah Parsons was the one guy that I felt like was the dynamic front seven player in this class. And then you've got the linebacker from Notre Dame and Barmore that I think really ought to be second round picks, and they're probably going to go first round because there aren't many other options. If this was like the 2019 draft when that Clemson crop came out, or 2017 draft when that big Alabama crop came out, Barmore might be a third round pick, seriously. But this year he's probably going to go first or early second because of the lack of depth.
Yeah, I think that Dylan Moses will get overdrafted too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think That's going to be medical evals. That is a guy that I could actually see slipping way, way, way down because of if he fails medical. He was not right last year, and I'm not sure. It's going to depend on whether or not people feel like he can actually get back more to normal. Attorney has a lot of burnout. Really? I've never known an intern like I've never been burned out on my job. It's a bundle of joy at all times, and every attorney is always chipper and eager to start the day.
And everyone that goes into law stays in law.
Yep, that's right. Faramir, a character from Lord of the Rings. I'm imagining the scene with Sean Bean in Fellowship of the Rings, where Boromir dies. Spoiler alert. And I'm imagining that with Christian Barmore instead of Sean Bean. You get like this 330-pound offensive tackle charging the orcs.
I thought Tolkien sucked, so I didn't read the books. I read the first book, hated it. The movies were boring. Sorry, y'all.
Okay then. Well, this has been fun, everybody. I'm gonna have to distance myself from him in all ways now. If my wife hears this, she might come. She's gonna find you with a knife. I like Lord of the Rings. My wife would randomly challenge people to Lord of the Rings Trivial Pursuit. I don't think she's ever lost.
Yeah, I read the first book, and I know we're getting off track, but I just can you really spend 4 pages explaining and describing a blade of grass? Because it gets a little old.
Well, that was to me, that was always Dickens. Great Expectations. They literally describe a brick wall.
Well, that sucked too. Maybe I just don't like classics.
Yeah. Thank you. Everybody's responding to you. You know why? Because you're a terrible person and you're wrong.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad to know that we've confirmed that College Football Nerds has attracted nerds. So at least we're on brand. Wow. Huge super chat. Distinct feeling. I want to know why you think we're Bama fans, because we get a lot of accusations of being Auburn fans and Georgia fans, or not Georgia fans. Nobody would ever accuse us of being Georgia fans. Auburn fans and LSU fans. So I'm curious, and thank you so much for the super chat.
So I will out something. At least one of us is originally from Alabama. So a lot about Alabama and Auburn in particular, because historically, because we grew up around it. So there aren't a lot of details about either one of those teams historically that one or the other of us can't recite.
Do we have a pick? It's in. Yeah, one of the things that I'm really proud of is that we've made it 5 or 6 years and nobody knows who our teams are. That in spite of us starting out as SEC fans was the channel, I think we do a really good job of being objective. And the fact, I love the fact that we've never outed ourselves as our favorite teams, because when people accuse us of being fans of whatever team, I always get a little smile, because that means we're doing our job.
Well, he did say alum, not a fan, but I don't know, it's implied. I will tell you. So here's a random tidbit that won't help you with anything. I went to one SEC school, and my uncle played for a different SEC school. So my family and everybody's family down here has a ton of ties. We're not particularly rabid that we can't be objective, I think.
So the Sacred Grove says they love our analysis on the Bulldogs. We catch a lot of heat from Georgia and Clemson fans because we're so tough on the top teams. And that's just, I mean, we catch a lot of heat from Alabama fans too. I remember when we were not high on Jalen Hurts, after his first year, people killed us. We expect a lot for the top teams, and so we have to talk about something. And if you have Georgia, the best defense in the country, we're going to talk about your quarterback situation. And I think when you're good and you're only going to lose 1 or 2 games a year, you don't expect to hear the critical kind of things that we bring, you expect to hear a lot of positive, and we're just not wired that way. We're naturally nerdy and critical. We find the flaws, and so we take a lot of heat for it.
Well, I think it also has a little bit to do with where I think somewhat rightfully Georgia's expectations are. Well, here we go.
Slater.
Rashawn Slater. So there you go. That was and they took a while, and it's what we were talking about. They were in an awkward spot, and they really just took what they probably thought was the best available. That Slater as a tackle is on the board. I don't have a lot to say about Slater. He's an offensive tackle. He's a good offensive tackle. But like with Georgia, the biggest problem for Georgia is that if we say, like this year, I said that I thought Georgia was probably be a 3-loss team because the situation at quarterback was so problematic. You can go back and watch the preview video, and we took massive heat for it. But I really thought, and it was right before the season when I think we just found out that what's his face was sitting out the season, or like I thought it was going to be a really major problem. And I think because the expectations are what they are at Georgia, that gets taken really harshly sometimes. But like I think Georgia's a really good team, and I think people forget how talented they were. We talked all year about how they were easily the best defense in the country when they were healthy. But I think for teams in the third to seventh best team in the country range, it can be really hard to hear sometimes because you're saying like, yeah, you're really, really good, but you're not going to beat Alabama, or you're really, really good, but you're not going to beat Ohio State. And that's unfortunately where Georgia's been stuck. If they were in the Big Ten, they'd be in the playoffs. And if they traded with Ohio State, they'd be in the playoffs every year. They would absolutely be in the playoffs every year. They just happen to be in the same conference with Alabama. And last year, their quarterback situation was just a total mess. But I do think Georgia is probably a team that people are sleeping on the next few years. They're still stacked with talent. I do think the loss of Pickens, though, is going to be along that veins. I think the loss of Pickens is going to be really, really hard for them because in my opinion, the receiving core has been the thing that's really held them back the past few years. College football has been dominated at the top by elite receiver play, and they haven't really had that. Robertson, when he transferred in, it was clear there's a reason as a 5-star he never quite stuck like at Cal. I do feel like Burton has the potential to be a major, major high-level player for them. But then I felt like Burton with Jackson and Pickens, they finally had that top-level receiving core. But now that Pickens is back out of the roster, I really feel like it's really unsettled again. It's honestly, it's a huge shame.
Someone said that we're Vandy fans because we can be objective but still ashamed of telling people who we're fans of. I like that one. That's good. I did not. I got into Vandy, but I did not go to Vandy.
Ryan Kelly at LSU. I think that could work really well.
I do too. I'm super high on Kelly. I think he's the most underrated coach in college football.
Yeah. I mean, he consistently he gets a bad rap, but in the way Notre Dame operates now, they do have a lot more restrictions in place than anybody else with their players, restrictions on what they do academically, the way they can take transfers, JUCO guys. It's the heart. They should be really, really good because they're such a national brand, but it's hard for them to really be in Alabama or Ohio State because those teams, Ohio State made the playoff with Justin Fields. Alabama's been consistently winning with transfer guys at key positions like Lander Dickerson at center, and they don't have that. But if you put him at LSU, and LSU will always have the advantage of probably having, I would say LSU has the most built-in recruiting advantage maybe of any school in terms of just you're always going to have a crop of 5-star players no matter what that want to stay in the state of Louisiana just culturally. You put him in that environment and let him just coach as a very straightforward coach, and he could be ultra successful. I know Georgia and there are a lot of other schools that have lots of homegrown talent, but they're bordered on all sides by major programs. They get cherry picked. LSU has a little more insular recruiting. Somebody's pointing out it's a good point that you're going to have Burrow to chase. Tua will be with Waddle. Hurts will be Devontae Smith. He's only there like, effectively like, well, I guess 2 years really, or no, 1 year, 1 year, 2017. Um, are there any Ohio State guys at Chicago? I can't even remember off the top of my head. Brian Kelly will retire after 5 consecutive national championships. Well,
Appearances where he gets blown out.
there will be 5 consecutive national championships. I mean, Notre Dame won't win them, but 5 years in a row there will be a national championship.
Yeah, if we had one last year, we're gonna have one every year. That's
Yeah,
so good.
I agree. Fitzgerald deserves all the good feels. I don't know how well Fitzgerald would do with a lot of schools. I think his hard-nosed defensive approach has a ceiling to it. We talk about it a lot. If you want to win a conference, you're going to play somebody that's going to score 40 points no matter what now. Like in the Big Ten or the SEC, it's going to happen every year now in the RPO rules. And I don't think he's willing to adopt a scheme that can do that. But you put him at a Northwestern or a school that's a little bit resource limited and play that brand of ball. It's like Shaw at Stanford. He's going to be consistently successful in a way that very few people will. So I really, really like him, especially in the school that he's at. And he's smart enough to stay there.
We can't let another Calebra haymaker super chat go unnoticed. Again, super thank you. Um, your buddy owns an SEC pub in SoCal. I'll be curious which one it is. That's interesting, and says that we kind of fit in with Bama alums. That's interesting. I'm curious. I'm trying to think. Like I know a lot of Alabama fans and Auburn fans are somewhat different, but it is interesting. Big time SEC schools. So Alabama, Georgia, Florida, LSU. Notice I didn't say Tennessee. Um, the fans you meet that travel do not fit the bill for the fans you meet that are like the normal average fan. That's one thing I've noticed. Like Alabama fans at the game versus Alabama fans that will travel to a Florida game, they're a lot different. So the kind that you would find in a pub in Southern California, you called it a pub, which is interesting too. Um, uh, yeah, I could see us fitting in with those. I imagine some of the Georgia and Florida fans are similar too.
Yeah, it's interesting when I've been to a good chunk of the SEC stadiums, and the fans you experience in the stadium versus the fans you meet at away games and all, it's all very different. And I think they all have their cultural styles, and it all shifts. You're probably a very particular type of Alabama fan right now too, but the national, I do feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, like, and I do feel like the national brands though, like Ohio State fans. I'm not an Ohio State fan. I get along really well with Ohio State fans because I do feel like sometimes culturally, teams that have used to winning a lot don't really mind the negative takes we have on stuff because they've been to the top and then lost that game enough times or lost a conference championship game. They kind of get it that you can be really, really good and still flawed, and that's the way we approach things a lot.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, like road games in the SEC, y'all, if you're not from the SEC and you with these teams starting to travel outside the SEC and do home and homes, um, road games are you will feel the most welcomed you've ever felt, and you will also feel a lot of hostility like you've never felt. It's like a you get a 2-for-1. It's really interesting in a kind of weird way. Um, Tennessee has the worst fans. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, I've experienced Tennessee fans both at home and away games, and I think they're like any else. Um, at home, they can be a little rough, but find me a rowdy stadium that doesn't have some rough home fans. Taylor, I agree on the
Wow.
socioeconomics.
The Jets just selected
That's
they
a reach
selected an
to me.
offensive guard at 14. And I'm watching one of the channels and they show a shot of the Jets fans and there's this woman and she's trying to cheer and all of a sudden her shoulders slump and she looks down and she breathes. She's like, all right, I have to look positive. Yeah.
Man,
They
that's
know selecting an
wow.
offensive guard at 14 with what's on the board is a complete low value pick. And it may be the best fit for what they needed in Vera Tucker, but Vera Tucker is not the best player on the board right now.
That's crazy. I mean, that's I get the thought process. You got a quarterback coming in, you want to get in some help, but this goes back to what I was saying before. You got a rookie quarterback coming in that you're going to give the keys to. You need you don't need to get him help in the same draft that you're drafting him in. You need to trade those picks for some veterans. You can't have the best players on your offense all come from the same draft. That's scary if you want to win anything right now, anything at all. Again, y'all, thanks so much tonight for all the super chats. That's been awesome. And I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Culebra. Drop the name of that pub down. I'll be curious because I think I have some trips coming up to Southern California soon. I don't know if anything's open there, but I might swing by if there's an SEC bar.
Yeah. Trying to look at the difference. Yeah. Something to bear in mind, guys. The larger the fan base, the more loud people you're going to have. And when you read stuff
Especially if they're good.
Yeah. Or rather, I should say, if you're good, you end up with a lot of bandwagon fans. And when you read stuff on the internet, just bear in mind that's the fans that want to be loud. There are a couple loud fan bases at the. Am I allowed to say that one of the fan bases that we've covered is sometimes really difficult? That is on the East Coast.
Yeah, you sure can.
That would be Miami. Miami fans have been very difficult to deal with. There are a couple that comment in our chat, but the average commenter has caused us at real problems. But the one, if you read Ohio State fans or Alabama fans or Oklahoma fans on a random free message board, it's not the typical fan. They probably weren't I hate to say sidewalk fans, but they probably wouldn't have cared as much when the team wasn't as good. They might have been fans, but probably didn't care as much. Very, very different fan bases for those if you deal with the fans in person. Which, again, had a lot of really good interactions with Ohio State fans.
Yeah.
And by the way, New England's picking and Mac Jones is on the board. This is curious.
At 15. This although we say it's wild that he's still available, but when the playoffs were over and Alabama won, Mac Jones as a fringe first round pick was trending. He might make it in the first round. And now we're sitting here at 15. He hasn't played any more football. And we're sitting here at 15 saying, oh, I can't believe he's still available. So that shows you how things change. At least Fields didn't go to the Jets. Given what they're doing now, this is what's crazy. They did the same thing with Darnold. They drafted him, and then it was head scratch city afterwards. You can't draft his help. You can't draft Trevor Lawrence's help. It just makes no sense to me.
There you go. Mac Jones.
Wow.
If he could not, Mac Jones may be upset that he slid. He could not have fallen to a better.
No.
I don't know that he could have. There's no way he could have fallen into a better position for a team wanting a quarterback. And we've talked about this at length. Man. And I'll repeat something that I said on Twitter. There are some similarities to where Brady was coming out in that I do not think that Mac Jones is physically where he will be when he is done. He was a late bloomer. He's kind of overweight right now. I say that just because they had to put on 20 pounds. People were asking about it on Twitter, and when I dug into it, I basically concluded he was probably 170 pounds coming out of high school. He was listed 180, and I don't think he was that big. So I think they've put on maybe 30 to 40 pounds of muscle and still had to put on 20 pounds of fat to get him to a playing weight in the SEC. In 2 or 3 years, he's going to be that much bigger and stronger. And And I think that's half the story with Tom Brady is that he didn't physically get to where he needed to be until after he was in the pros. But just like, I mean, he's a big dude. He's 6'4". People sort of view him because he's baby faced as a small guy, but he's actually he's one of the taller QBs. I mean, he's got a big frame, and I think he has the potential to turn into a really big physical quarterback down the line. I mean, the Tom Brady comparisons are going to be made like crazy, but I cannot believe New England managed to get him at 15 without trading up. Lots and lots of teams drafting guys that were low value picks ahead of them and just let this fall right into their lap.
Now, it is funny that we're making this comparison. It shows you how the game's changed. We're making this comparison to Tom Brady, but Tom Brady didn't go in the first round. So I think that somebody said the comparisons will reign supreme, and we're going to hear about it a lot. I think it's almost unfortunate because, like we talked about, Mac Jones is the more ready now player than Justin Fields. Justin Fields, tell me if I'm wrong in this, Justin Fields would have done better to go to New England where they have a quarterback, learn from Cam Newton, and not play for 2 years.
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, I think Jones could have been successful a lot of places. Fields probably would have been more successful in that environment. And yeah, now that's the way the cookie crumbles. I also agree with you that it's almost not fair to him that he's going to get compared to Tom Brady. That's an impossible analog. As I said, you draft him at 15 because if you can get an average serviceable starter, NFL starter, you can stack talent around him and not take the free, the salary cap hit. But letting him sit behind Cam Newton potentially for a year or develop with Newton is a massive luxury for New England. And of course, New England's in this position because of the way they manage the draft over the years. And at Kelevra, thanks again for the super chat, and it put out Torrance Tavern in SoCal. I don't know the next time I'll be in SoCal, but particularly I say SoCal, San Francisco. No, SoCal. He did say SoCal.
He did.
But if I do, and I may be out there. Maybe out there in about 6 months. I might try and find it.
All right, so we've got Arizona next. Is their pick in? This one's another one where you've got a lot of offensive talent and you need. They got rid of Kenyon Drake. They might go running back, but they need defense. But again, do you need defense at 16 given what's available? I don't know, but offensively, I like them a lot.
I don't know. I think they could use a receiver too. They've got actually have a decent number of needs. I do think the interesting prospects are kind of off the board now, or the ones that are the big shock names are mostly off the board outside the running backs. The running backs, like we said a million times, the running backs and receivers are deep. Pass rushers are kind of quirky. The interesting one to me is Jalen Phillips, who has all the talent in the world and showed it at Miami, but did not have a motor at all.
Pick is in. They did go defense.
They did. Zaven Collins. Quietly sitting at a very good Tulsa team that was pretty successful.
That still lost to Mississippi State.
Yeah, we got in a Twitter spat with somebody about that. I mean, they outgained the crap out of Mississippi State. They had a really, really good defense, though. They had a really, really good defense, and this guy's a hell of a player. By the way, the thing was someone was trying to tell us that the SEC teams last year weren't very good because they didn't beat very many teams with a winning record, which drove us nuts because we spent all year trying to tell people, like with Ohio State, conferences weren't playing out of conference, so most teams weren't going to have a winning record, and it wasn't going to mean anything at all.
It's just math.
And of course, Tulsa went 6-0 in the regular season in the AAC, and Mississippi State went 3-7 and beat them. So obviously, it's we all know it's not apples to apples, but it was kind of a
And if your
thing.
argument is your ranked top 15 Tulsa outplayed and should have won but lost to Mississippi State, that's still not a winning argument. Sorry, because Mississippi State was 3-7. The point was they got carpet bombed in the SEC, and we're still good enough to compete. So SEC is the best conference in the country. Sorry, y'all.
They are, yeah, they are. And Glaze is out there. I didn't know he was out in SoCal. Yeah, well, we'll be in touch.
So the Raiders won't be taking a running back because they actually got Kenyon Drake from Arizona, and they've got, and he's not even starting. So I don't know what they need because they took Ruggs last year. He was obviously a disappointment. They've got Carr. I think offensively they're okay. Like they don't need a whole lot there. Got a pretty decent tight end. So again, we're looking at defense, but I think now, like we saw with the last pick, the defensive picks from here on out are going to be kind of out of the blue.
It's you're going to see defensive guys go higher than they should just because there's not a lot of quality or depth, and teams are probably going to start picking need on the defensive side of the ball, knowing that it's a shallow class, and if they need to fill a hole, you're pretty much going to take it now, or you're not going to get a guy that's going to be able to fill it. You're probably going to have having to take a free agent and have a low quality free agent signee fill the hole, and that's the best you can do. This is your on the defensive side of the ball. We're very quickly going to get to the point where you're gonna run out of options to actually fill a need. For what it's worth, I'm really enjoying this. You have no idea how much time Daniel and I will just sit talking randomly about college football.
So someone just noted something that I was thinking too, looking ahead. One of the needs for Miami is running back, and Najee Harris is still on the board. Wouldn't that be interesting if they put another Alabama piece around Tua? Although I would not be surprised if they picked ETN. I mean, they may not get a running back at all because they might feel like they can get a running back at 30 and don't have to do it now. But with the lack of defense available that's interesting, I wouldn't be surprised if we got 2 running backs this time in the first round.
Mm-hmm. Tulsa was doo-doo. They should not have been ranked. I would agree with that. Now, the funny thing with if you say Tulsa was doo-doo is that
What about Cincy?
Yeah, Tulsa beat UCF, I think Memphis, and they lost to Cincy by 2 in a game they very, very easily could have won. It was neck and neck. It's easy to say that, but I think the extension there is it suggests that a few years ago the AAC was really, really good and maybe better than like top to bottom better than the ACC. And it was such a fun novelty. People kind of latched onto it, but I don't think it's actually stayed true. And last year, especially, the AAC was not particularly good. But they kind of, again, playing only in conference, they kind of somehow managed to keep that cachet without having to prove it. Something Miami hires. Saving again. Steelers need Miami to save them from themselves. Kind of funny. Everybody's sort of waiting for Miami to just implode.
I think they're well coached. I am shocked they didn't get a seasoned offensive coordinator. You spent all last year with this experiment of taking somebody who hadn't called a lot of plays. I think 2 times in the last 15 years, separated by 5 years apiece. Had he been an offensive play caller, pull him out of retirement, and it didn't go well with Tua, and now you just promote from within co-offensive coordinators to shepherd your young quarterback in this offense. It makes no sense to me. But I think I love their head coach, and I love their defense. So it's hard to implode too much if you have a great defense. These picks are gonna keep me up late too, y'all. It's tough to go 3 hours straight with no commercial breaks, which is what we're running into. I'm pretty impressed with us, honestly.
The Raiders.
Do you know the answer to that? How many from the 2017 Alabama class are first rounders?
Pretty easy to verify. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Alex
Wow.
Leatherwood. Wow. I th- I, th- I think that might be a little bit of a reach.
So, I mean, he's a good tackle. It's fun. It's actually kind of funny that he wasn't thought of that highly in a lot of draft boards because going into the year, a lot of people had him as a first round lock.
Well,
Um,
I don't think he had that great of a year. He had a couple of he took some heat because he had a couple of bad busts when Young came in. So maybe that's part of it. I don't
but
know.
but I mean, realize now Miami's picked Waddle and Leatherwood.
No,
I
Miami
mean,
picked.
picked
Well,
they
Leatherwood went
picked.
to the Raiders. Miami's now.
Oh, sorry. Miami's on the draft clock now. You're
Yeah,
right. My bad. But
yeah, we skipped
okay, well
ahead.
now this makes sense that the Raiders would be the ones reaching. Okay, so I was reading this wrong. All right, so let me check this 2017 Bama class. Take Look like three buttons and you can pull that up. It's pretty easy. So Leatherwood was a first rounder. Judy was a first rounder. Tua was a first rounder. Was Wills a first rounder? I think he was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was McKinney went first round?
Did he? I agree, Connor, about the AAC. And the year before with Memphis, they lost. It was like 2 touchdowns to a decent, not great Penn State team, and they were the champs. So
So he did not. He went started second. Devontae Smith went first round. Ruggs went first down, so we're at six now. I think that's it. No, Jones makes seven. Mac Jones. So we're sitting at seven, and if Najee goes, it'll be eight.
pretty
And
good
LeBrian
class.
Ray is actually still on their team, so he could go first next year, and it could be nine.
He will be injured next year. I guarantee it.
Yeah, McKinney, and again, McKinney was near miss. That is actually crazy, though. Um, that's really nuts. How many first rounders were in that class?
Pick is in for Miami. I'm super interested in this pick. I'm just what they're gonna do, what their philosophy is. And somebody pointed out they passed on Sewell, so
Well, if you
thank you, Citrus Aviation, for your solidarity moment there on Photoshop. Had to do a little Control D.
Jalen Phillips, Miami drafting the Miami prospect. Weirdest. UCLA, stated that he had concussions that caused him to have to quit football, and then suddenly became well enough to transfer to Miami. I don't want to be overly critical, but that was kind of an odd thing. And I feel like, I mean, he was the number one recruit in a lot of services when he came out of high school, and you could see flashes of it when he was at UCLA and Miami. You definitely could, but the effort and consistency was never there. He did not play within the system well. He did not recover well from bad plays or issues on his team. He has the potential to be a major boom prospect, and I mentioned him earlier because of that. Like he could absolutely way overplay this position and be one of the top guys in this draft. He could be a top pass rusher in the NFL. He could also just as easily be, maybe even in my opinion, more likely be a guy that totally flames out. He's going to be almost total boomer bust, depending on whether or not he's properly motivated and plays within the team. But regardless, Miami, I mean, they got a lot of needs on the team, but this was already a defensive-minded team, and now they're picking another defensive player. They've traded down a ton, but I think don't you think it would have made a lot more sense for Miami to try to trade down again, especially given how deep the receiving core is? You could trade down and maybe you get 2 second-round receivers and all their other needs with all the picks they've got. It's the luxury with all the picks they have at that school, that program. I don't know. Phillips is an interesting one. It's just really, really interesting to me.
The one thing that defense really did lack, like it was a very sound, kind of think Notre Dame defense. They didn't have a ton of disruption, if I remember correctly. Washington's up next. How surprised would we be? Not that surprised if they drafted like a punter or a long snapper. I feel like they cannot get their drafts right.
You think they're going to be drafting a long snapper here?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing would shock me with them.
Again, program is a train wreck. I don't really know a better way to describe it. I am proud of myself for saying that I thought Phillips, for naming him earlier and seeing Phillips go high. Well, apparently wasn't alone in that. We've got a lot of less big name.
I'm surprised Owusu Koromora is still on the board. Honestly,
I am too. He was just a really, really good player. Notre Dame defensively was really good last year. I think we've said this before, and I think you agree with me. I think Notre Dame was probably a better defense on average than Ohio State and Alabama were last. Not at the end of the year compared to Alabama, but
I think Alabama was a little more disruptive, but fundamentally, Notre Dame was. I think they were a very good defense. I do think they were a good bit better than Ohio State, especially the Ohio State that played Alabama that was missing some key players. I don't think people realize just how good Georgia's defense was before they had all the injuries. Like that defense, the defense that played Alabama, so the first, 4 weeks of the season before it got real bad, that defense was legit. And that's why I'm interested in Georgia this year, even without being extremely high on their quarterback. I'm surprised too, Citrus, that both running backs are still available. Connor made a good point about the AAC and how they played against BYU, and everybody overlooked it.
And that's sort of the weird transitive thing with Coastal Carolina, right? With them and BYU and how BYU did. BYU may well have been a product of being able to play AAC teams that weren't very good. And then they go play Coastal Carolina and lose. And again, the BYU was not a great team the year prior. There's a lot of stuff that worries me about Zach Wilson from that.
Yeah, and y'all that want expansion, just know that Alabama would have beaten Coastal Carolina by 50 points last year. That is just how it would have gone down. We don't need that. What we really don't need is Alabama playing Coastal Carolina, Mac Jones getting hurt, and then some 5 seed wins it all because they're the only one that didn't have a bunch of injuries in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. But I won't get into a playoff expansion rant right now. I'm too tired.
Yeah. So, as a slight aside, when you look at this list, right? In particular, we said this earlier. You know, we were going to end up having to talk about Alabama a lot because they were just. It's 5 of the first 18 picks in this draft. Almost a third. It was 5 of the first 17, right? Roughly a third of the first round so far has been Alabama, which is insane. And when you talk about, I think something people in the pros or pro fans struggle with, this is expansion related. The talent in the college level is so much more disparate than the pro level, right? I mean, this was a college team that in one class effectively had 5 first-round draft picks, right? Or well, I say that again. That's like now. They had 7 first-round draft picks they were able to take in one class. Like NFL teams would have traded an entire like no questions they would have traded an entire draft set for Alabama's recruiting class, and they would almost every year. Same is true of Ohio State. This is again maybe something of a down year for Ohio State after a monster year last year. So when people always want to talk about the pros and all, and I just don't think they understand the difference in parity that in the college game, these elite teams are really way more stacked with talent. They're not as good as a pro team, and a pro team would crush them for a variety of reasons. There is more talent on some of these college teams, in a manner of speaking, than there are on pro teams. And that's only the very top level college teams are like that. Most college teams are lucky to have a couple NFL prospects, whereas Ohio State and LSU and Alabama literally have first round draft picks. Like Jalen Waddle was a backup receiver. And if you're a Coastal Carolina, you can't compete with a team that does that. Not when they're in end of season form. Ja'Vari Davis from Kentucky, just good linebacker. I don't have much more to say than that. He's just a really, really good linebacker.
Somebody said, and this speaks to how deep this class is, that Elijah Moore is a perfect fit for the Giants. Like, think about all the wide receivers still left on the board and why it doesn't make sense maybe to pick one. Like you were saying, like if you need a wide receiver, you can get one later that's really good, maybe even in the second round. Elijah Moore was a terror in the SEC, like absolute terror, and nobody's even thinking about him. So Aaron asks, if we don't want a team like Coastal in the playoffs, I think, why are teams allowed to get away with playing FCS? I don't care about FCS. We've said this for a lot. Like, if we want to get rid of them, we can get rid of them. I like FCS because these paycheck games are lifeblood games for those programs. That revenue, they would go away. And there's thousands of scholarships for young men that would not have them if they didn't get these paycheck games. For elite teams, this is always the knock on the SEC. Is like, oh, you play FCS schools. Alabama playing an FCS school or the 50th best school in the country, they're going to beat them just as bad. If you've watched an Alabama or an Ohio State last year or LSU in 2019, they play an FCS school in the same way. Like, they're going to get up on them early, rest their starters at halftime. Alabama does that in 8 out of 12 games a year. So saying, oh, you played an FCS school, that's trash. Well, okay. Well, your program played a G5 team, or your program played a couple of teams in conference that were borderline FCS quality, which is true in a lot of Power 5 conferences. So it doesn't bother me that much, as long as we're not considering those games as any sort of substance for postseason credentials.
And let me put it a different way. There are 10 conferences in football, and there's 5 Power 5s, and there's 5 G5s. And at the bottom of the G5, you got the MAC and the Sun Belt. And most of those teams are really not very good. And the point here is if you're playing Miami of Ohio or Arkansas State or like Ohio State and Alabama play those games too, and they win them 50-0 just as quickly. And sometimes they have a harder time with the Citadel or something just because they care.
And then run a triple option.
Right, but he doesn't. I don't really care that you had a slightly harder time getting to 60-0 in the end of the second quarter. Like it's a mildly more inconvenient speed bump. But FCS versus bottom 40 FBS is really, and some FCS are better than schools in that range. It really doesn't. That part to me doesn't matter. I care about maybe what your top 10, like what are the 8 hardest games on your schedule, especially what are the hardest 4 games on your schedule. The 4 worst games, and I've talked about this a million times. When Ohio State lost that shocking Purdue loss, right? Purdue was 44th in the country in SP Plus. They were right at the top third, and that was a team that was considered to be not very good, shouldn't be challenging Ohio State. Oh my gosh, they lost. And that kind of a shocker came from a team right at the top third. If you look at teams like 40 to 130, there aren't examples of those winning. And yeah, you can say Appalachian State beat Michigan. It was week 1. Michigan lost 3 games that year. And the only other really shocking one was Iowa State, who was like 65th in SP Plus when they beat Oklahoma State, and that's why it knocked Oklahoma State out of the BCS title in 2011. But even that was a literally average team. So long rant, but that's sort of your answer. And I will say that whole discussion really should be divorced from the playoff anyway, because whether or not you play an FCS in season certainly doesn't mean you should be playing an FCS or a team like a Coastal Carolina in the playoff, where you're going to murder them in a playoff game. That's a whole other discussion.
And I think we've talked about this before. People want to conflate Cinderella in basketball with Cinderella in football, and the Cinderella in football is Coastal having a nice year and getting to play a bowl game. That that's and only being in FBS for a few years. That's the Cinderella. Maybe it's Cincinnati playing in a BCS type bowl, but I don't want to see Cincinnati, who struggled with a hobbled Georgia, anywhere near a playoff last year. I just don't. They had their shot, and the playoff slot was on the line, and they barely beat Tulsa. Like that bothers me a little bit. But again, we got to fill dead air, and we're going to do it with playoff expansion rants because they're wanting to do it.
Connor said NDS, North Dakota State's better than Middle Tennessee State. I mean, I agree with it, but the biggest point I'd make is I do not understand logically this fallacy that you define a schedule based off the easiest game,
right?
Because it clearly doesn't mean much of anything. The easiest game is not how you evaluate whether it was playoff worthy.
And this
Kadarius Toney.
This is one. There we go. That's
Kadarius
another
Toney
underrated.
To the Giants. As we were saying, it's a wicked deep receiving class, and we asked the couple guys that were low that I felt like were underrated, and I talked about Waddle and Toney, and they're not going to be value picks because they're going in the top 20. But I guess that means maybe that's a testament to the fact that I kept mentioning them. I'm proud of myself, man. I talked about Jalen Phillips, talked about Waddle a ton, and we talked about Toney a ton as guys that we felt like were undervalued, and sure enough, they all went in the top 20 picks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think Toney is Waddle. Waddle is uniquely special, but Toney absolutely can be that kind of guy. I actually think Waddle may be a better breed of it, but Toney is an absolutely explosive player. And all the people giving us crap throughout the year when we kept talking about Toney and Pitts being out and the effect of that in the Oklahoma game.
And Grimes.
I mean, that was the number 4 and number 20 overall draft picks that were missing in that game. That was a really, really freaking big deal. And the other receivers they had at Florida were complimentary, but they're not anything like this. Sorry.
Wasn't Grimes out too? Their third?
Oh yeah, no, it went deeper than that. They were out Copeland and Grimes, as I recall. They were out all four guys that actually played for him. Um, most of those screenshots I showed earlier, every single one of the guys was out, and then the linemen, and then of course the defense was literally started third string guys, and we're almost entirely second and third string from a
Yeah.
defense that kind of sucked anyway.
So
So they were horrid.
talking about playoffs and stuff, Citrus had a good point or question. Cincinnati, if they go undefeated in 2021, should they make the playoffs? And obviously, like, it's all relative. Like, and this is one thing we try to avoid is comparing year to year. Like, we don't know how the 2021 season will shake out, but they do have a tougher schedule. And like, we like to define whether or not you're a playoff worthy team by whether or not you drill average teams and how you do against top upper crust teams. That's why we kind of bristle at this like notion that, oh, so and so only played 2 ranked teams and we played 4 ranked teams, so we should be in the playoffs. Well, not necessarily. Like, if you played 4 ranked teams and they're like 22nd, 17th, or they were ranked really high when you played them and then they lost a few games after, none of that matters. Like, how many teams that finished in the top 7 or 8 in the last part of the season or at the end of the season did you play? And that's why S&P Plus is a much better metric for strength of schedule, because their metric is how hard was your schedule to go undefeated on, unlike Sagarin's and all the other BCS formulas, which are how hard was it for you to go 500 against your schedule. So if you have, like, if Alabama had 12 ranked teams on their schedule, but none of them were top 10, they'd go undefeated. They might have one top 5 team on their schedule and no other ranked teams on their schedule and lose a game.
Somebody called you out on Twitter where, like November last year, you were saying Zach Smith wouldn't go first round.
Uh, Zach Wilson, yeah, I did say that.
You actually said Zach. Well, yeah, but the
I knew I'd catch hell for that.
yeah, well,
Um,
the truth of the matter is, I don't think you were saying he was bad, but just it seemed unlikely given how he did the year prior and what he got to play against that
well,
he would be able to
he
do it.
still has to perform in the NFL. A lot of people call me out for my Dwayne Haskins takes too. Um, and, you know, I take the victory lap among friends instead of doing it on Twitter.
Yeah, but I do think, I mean, I do think if Cincinnati goes undefeated, they've got a real shot at a playoff slot. But again, it's going to depend on how good the teams they play are and how do they look in those games. And that's beating Tulsa isn't a knock. Beating Tulsa by 2 is the knock.
Right.
And if Notre Dame is a highly ranked team and you beat them, then that's a positive. If they're a lowly ranked team and they're an off year and you beat them by 3, then maybe it's not. And I can't. It gets to something somebody just said in chat that the rank of the time of kickoff doesn't really matter. It's end of the season rank. Like, that's the Michigan App State legend, which everybody wants to put it a certain way because it makes the story fun. But Michigan was a 3-loss team that year. They
Oregon
half the
murdered them
battle.
the next week.
Yeah, they got murdered the next week. I mean, they were not a very good team. They were a solid team, but they weren't fantastic. But we kind of forget that. Underhill Julian said, "What pick will be the first RBB selected?" So thanks a ton for the super chat. We appreciate you guys doing that. It means a lot to us that you show you appreciate the content. We danced around it, but we're kind of at the point now where it matters. So, who do you think will actually be the first pick?
I think it'll be Najee. I think part of getting highly drafted, and it could be that fit, like somebody needs a running back, and Etienne fits better. But we've seen time and time again that the draft story and the time that what happens after the last game and until the draft, the hype, the buzz, the publicity, and the story does seem to help your draft status a little bit. And so I think that Najee's had a little more, like, he's been in the news more. He's been in, doing the circuit on, talk shows and stuff. To me, I know that's anecdotal, but if I were picking, I would take Najee over Etienne, just because of size and his receiving ability. But I would not be shocked if somebody picked Etienne over Najee. I think you're a little higher on ETN than I am.
Yeah, I am. I think he's a guy that suffered from not having the combine, by the way, because I think he would have tested off the charts.
Oh, I do too. I do too. And that's the thing is like a lot of guys have hidden a little bit, but the high speed guys that would have like there's always one or two, they didn't get their chance because even I feel like pro day runs just don't get weighted as much.
Hmm. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that.
Who do you think like if you were picking, would you pick ETN or Harris?
It would depend on my team, honestly.
That's the right answer.
Um, and I'm not just saying that; it really would. I think ETN is less versatile, but if you're looking for a guy that's more a one-cut explosive guy, that's a compliment. You want ETN. If you want a guy that's like integrated to all parts of the offense, if you're more West Coast, throw the ball around to everybody evenly, better option. Watching the Colts pick.
Will we see another quarterback in this round?
Quiddy Pay goes to Michigan, defensive end.
I like this pick. I like it a
Yeah,
lot.
again, he is a good. He's probably, in my opinion, the best DN, and he's actually a pretty darn good DN. And you're not going to get many opportunities to draft a high level defensive lineman in this draft. So I think this is a solid pick. Second half of the first round. Will we see another quarterback? I mean, the top guys you're looking at are Mills, Trask, and Mond. I think Mond and below, Mond, Newman, Book, Franks are not starter caliber. You're hoping that they can be a backup or that you just get super lucky. Mond is going to be somebody's going to draft in like the second or third round and just almost taking a flyer that maybe they get really lucky with him. I've never been as high on Mills as some. Maybe I'm missing something. I feel like Trask is the only other guy that might be an NFL starter. Um, I always remember when Mills beat out KJ Costello, right, at Stanford, and then Costello transferred and just sucked at Tennessee. And that's always sort of stuck in my mind that Mills was a notch better than Costello, and then it turns out Costello, as however good he was a byproduct of playing at Stanford and the advantages they had on the offensive line and whatnot. I don't think Trask is going to go first. I'm trying to think if there's anybody that has a huge, ultra glaring need at quarterback.
Well, I mean, if you do at this point with what's available, I feel like you got to trade for it, or I don't know if there's any free agent quarterbacks coming up this year, but you can't draft Trask at 24 and hope he's your guy. Like you can't bet your season on that. You just can't.
Mm-hmm. All right. See, Brian said he's headed out. If you haven't, good to see you, man. Appreciate you joining. ETN is as fast. Isaiah Simmons. I mean, he's faster. ETN is an absolute burner. I don't know who to compare him to. He's also physical too. In a one-cut speed back, he's about as good as I've seen, I feel like. But the problem with him is that's kind of what he is. He's not going to dance around in the backfield very well. He's not huge that he can move a pile, and he's not super polished as a receiver. But for like flare him out and dump him the ball guy, or like cut and run against the grain and try to get to daylight, he's about as good as you can get for that style.
Who's the super fast guy that the Titans had a few years ago?
This is where you're showing my ignorance of NFL football.
Y'all help me out in the chat, because that's kind of who I think, except a little more physical. The super fast running back that the Titans had. Maybe back like 5 years.
Kamara was
maybe 7.
Kamara was at Tennessee,
Saints.
but the Volunteers was at the Saints.
Yeah.
It's crazy, some of these top teams and the talent they had. That was Alvin Kamara, and it's like Charleston Fowler, T.J. Yeldon, Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, and somebody else were all in the same running back room for Alabama.
Chris Johnson.
Oh, Kenyon Drake was there too. Kenyon Drake, Derrick Henry, T.J. Yeldon, and Alvin Kamara were all in the same running back room. You understand why Kamara?
And
you understand why
Alty
Kamara
Tenpenny.
transferred.
Chris Johnson is my analog. He's a more physical Chris Johnson in my mind. And no, I mean, he's not a. Chris Johnson said he ran a 4.18 once. He's not that fast, but he's pretty fast.
Corey Davis, I will say, is one that I got wrong. I thought Corey Davis was going to be really good pro.
I did too.
I
got him wrong.
He was so good for. He was it was PJ Fleck, but that was Western Michigan, right?
Yep.
I mean, he was the whole freaking offense, and he was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Now there've been injuries that play there too, but I've been really surprised that he hasn't been better.
I always feel like the first round wide receivers that get hurt early in their career never recover. Like, what's the kid from Washington that had the great combine?
Oh, super fast dude.
Yeah.
Ross? Was that Ross?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just feel like it happened. These guys get hurt their first year, and remains to be seen on Ruggs. But he didn't have a major injury, but he had the same thing he had at Alabama. Just nagging injuries kept him off the field or kept him from being super productive. I don't know where Tennessee goes. Like, I honestly feel like there's, even with the decent year last year, they're still limited by quarterback. John Ross is right.
Yep. You look at linebacker. I'm also amazed that Owusu hasn't gone yet, just because the linebacking depth is crap. Frankly,
Oh, somebody else doesn't like Fleck. They're kindred spirits with you.
Yeah, I hate Fleck. I hate Fleck with like a unjustified passion. I feel like there's a lot of hype without a ton of substance, and I don't feel like that's very sustainable at a high level.
Yeah, you don't strike me as someone that would be swayed by a catchphrase guy.
No, I'm not. Well, the other thing with him, sometimes he and Taggart came out at the same together. Neither one of them had been even a coordinator in a major program. They'd been either assistants somewhere significant, like the pros or Stanford for Taggart, or a little bit of coordinator experience at a very, very low level. But they came from assistants, went to like golden opportunity, blew up, and then ended up at a major program really fast. And obviously Fleck has had a better road so far than Taggart, but he didn't really have a good year last year. I just feel like it's very, very difficult to be successful in a major program if you haven't had a lot of experience learning how to run a major program and recruit and organize and do tutoring sessions and nutrition. And I've had this ran a million times with Les Miles, but Les Miles, but especially Ed Orgeron. To win at a high level in a major conference, it's all the nitpicky detail crap that makes your team awesome. That's what Urban Meyer did. That's what Nick Saban does. That's why we really love the situation right now with Ryan Day at Ohio State, because he's the same mindset, right? It's control of the program. It's really structured. It's really organized. And if you don't successful because the level of competition is so crazy.
ESPN's been pushing Caleb Farley for a while now, so
Yep. So
I'm
Farley
glad
goes to the
that he got
Titans.
picked.
And this is where me and Daniel, being guys that follow college football, kind of get in a tough spot because Farley opted out, and I didn't wasn't really paying attention to him 2 years ago, so I don't know a lot about Caleb Farley other than what I've read about him pretty much. But again, like we're already at this point in the draft, especially with defensive players, where teams are going to look at it and say, "I need a corner," and there's just not a lot of great options on the list. I'm looking at ESPN's top three corners available. Okay, Daniel. So Newsome out of Northwestern, that I think is pretty good. And then your number two and number three
Yeah.
options are Asane Samuel out of Florida State and Tyson Campbell out of Georgia, who are both
Mm.
big time recruits that never
I
lived
didn't
up
like
to it.
Campbell at all. Yeah, no.
And that's your we're halfway through the first round, and that's your second and third best options now at corner. I find it funny. I find it interesting. Eric Stokes is actually like Georgia. They have him. It's the seventh best option over Campbell. And I know Stokes. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but I would totally take Stokes over Campbell. He just was better. I know Campbell's the better athlete, but Stokes was consistently better. Um, it's funny too. There's a lot of transfers. Kelvin Joseph, the former transfer from LSU, it was at Kentucky. Aaron Robinson was a transfer from Alabama, UCF. Um, there's a ton of even the not SEC guys are SEC guys. Uh,
Yeah, I like the kid at Northwestern a lot. And I think that Ohio State fans would say that they like him. And that defense in general gave them fits. And I caught a lot of heat for saying that Northwestern had a better defense than Clemson. Um, but they do, or did. Campbell might be a safety play in cornerback. But that's the thing. Like, you're wanting to risk a first round pick on hoping that you can have him make that transition, and it's you're drafting on potential, which is pretty tough.
yeah, people were saying Western Michigan a golden opportunity. I was just making clear he inherited a Western Michigan team that actually had a lot of NFL talent on it, including Corey Davis and then the quarterback. Um, and if you've got an NFL quarterback and an NFL receiver on a mid or low tier G5 team in one of those conferences, you can be super freaking successful.
Right.
And that's what I meant by it's a golden opportunity. And the problem, one of the things that can happen a lot with stuff like that is someone is going to inherit that team, and it's almost like whoever happened to get that team ends up being the coach that succeeds. And you can make an Auburn. My argument has essentially always been that Taggart and Fleck happened to be the coaches that ended up taking those USF and Western Michigan teams at that point in time. And almost anyone that took those positions would have been ultra successful, just because of the nature of the competition level and the nature of the talent the young talent that happened to be on both those teams when they took over. That neither one of them recruited.
Yeah. Someone asked if NFL scouts take high school rankings into account. I don't think they do. Like, implicitly, there might be something that sort of lingers, and that we say a little bit of that with Trevor Lawrence. But Campbell, didn't he get benched his freshman
He
year?
did. Did he? But the thing I'll say with that is there's a reason they were 5 stars out of high school, and it was the height, weight, speed. Those measurables are still there. Campbell still tests better than Stokes. That's why he was a 5 star and Stokes was a 3 star. I just think Stokes is a better player than Campbell. I have a hard time, and a lot of times I'm wrong with this, frankly, but I have a hard time getting past it when I see for like 3 or 4 years, player A in college was just straight better than player B. Um, the pros will expose, though, if you've got some issues with top end speed or things, you can be a lesser player and end up being a better pro. Like Tony Brown was the 5-star at Alabama that was in a lot of ways was similar to Campbell, where he would get benched off and on, and has had a decent little.
He's still getting a
Yeah, he's
paycheck.
still getting
Yeah.
a decent little pro career, and it's just because his measurables are great, where he can run. He can run with NFL receivers, and he's big enough not to get pushed around. But he wasn't really the greatest corner for them. All right, Vikings, give us something interesting to talk about. Or somebody in chat give us something interesting to talk about. Ask us about your favorite team this year.
I didn't like the job Taggart did at Oregon. I agree. But I don't know. I got him wrong. I thought he would be decent at Florida State, and he was a disaster. You called that one, and I think a lot of people are saying that we both called Orgeron wrong at LSU. But in all reality, I think that he's just been artificially spared a couple of years. The true Orgeron over time, as time approaches infinity, the real Orgeron I think will be exposed. We'll see. But he's got a ring, so
Yeah, he does.
they did not.
Oh, let's see this pick. Christian Darrisaw. So there's your kind of getting to best available, and especially the linemen. This is not a bad class for tackles, I will say. There's a decent number of good offensive tackles in this class. Yeah, I will say I'll say this, and then we'll get to some of the questions in chat with Orgeron. I am really, really curious / concerned how that's going to go, given that Orgeron has hired a lot of inexperienced guys. He's got an inexperienced like two basically co-coordinators now on the offensive side of the ball. Um, he's got a defensive coordinator that has minimal experience. All of them are like under 45. Most of them are under 40. It's a super young staff. Um, and it's kind of the opposite of Brady was a young guy, but he was also operating with Ensminger, who had a million years of experience. And really, Ensminger ran all the organizational stuff, and Brady just had to call plays. I think that was a really good arrangement. Combined with Aranda, who's a brilliant defensive coordinator and ran one side of the ball almost completely for Orgeron. And now I'm really structurally to be curious to see how they respond to all that.
Peyton mentioned that Kirby's half a decade in at Georgia and not a mention tonight. It's a bad look. I do think that it's I think it's a little tough when people compare Kirby Smart to Mark Richt's first however many years, because Kirby Smart is having to play in a league with a seasoned Alabama and this kind of generational LSU. I wonder what Georgia would be right now and how many rings he would have if it weren't for Alabama and LSU coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, there's some crazy stuff like they haven't had a defensive. I saw somebody recently note they hadn't had a defensive lineman drafted in since it's like John Jenkins in 2013. Checking that real quick. That is true. And not first round. Georgia has not had a defensive lineman drafted in any round in going on 8 years. That's nuts with the kind of recruiting that they have.
Yeah, that's not great.
Um,
So I don't know much about Nebraska, given how they just kind of they have a lot. They seem to have some off-season hype and then fizzle really early into the season. I like that coaching staff though. I want them to succeed. Tennessee winning the SEC or Humans on Mars. I'm going Humans on Mars. Josh, what do you think?
Humans on Mars, and I I'm not even joking. Humans on Mars. We were talking about what we were before
Oh
about
wow.
the topics we wanted to discuss for the show, and we were going through it, and I said, okay, so we're gonna do like playoffs probably. We'll talk about guys in the first round. So basically, nothing that involves Tennessee football. Najee Harris to Alabama
There's a
the
disgruntled
Steelers,
Steelers
and
fan
that's
in
a
our
great
chat.
fit. There were a lot of people saying if he fell, the Steelers might take him, or fell, but the Steelers might take him because he's such a stylistic fit for what they want in a running back. And there you go. That's 2017 Alabama class has had 8 first rounders drafted. 8 in one recruiting class. It is freaking insane.
So the thing with Pittsburgh, and this is what's interesting, is how a lot of these Alabama players are falling to places that seem to be just good style and culture fits. Najee Harris to Pittsburgh couldn't have been a better fit, in my opinion. And, they loved Bell until he was a locker room cancer. Najee Harris, in my opinion, is a good bit better than Le'Veon Bell. And maybe that's me jumping the gun a little bit. I was never that high on Bell, but the thing that was good about Bell was he was also a good fit stylistically in that offense. I love Najee Harris to Pittsburgh. I just do.
Yeah, agreed. Um, I mean, you get a big back with a lot of versatility. He is a big back that can play. What makes him unusual is he's a big back that can absolutely play all 3 downs. Um, so yeah, it makes sense. They can be as physical as they want to be. I'm trying to think other ones. Notice name, image, likeness. So we did a video which you can search for on our channel on name, image, likeness. Again, I'm actually an IP attorney, and we did a real serious deep dive on that. The short version is it can be really good if it's structured well, and it will destroy the sport if it's left completely unstructured. If you don't do anything and you say you can just anybody can pay you for your name, image, likeness, it will be used as an end around to pay players. 100%. It will corrupt the sport very quickly. If you create a clearinghouse model or the like, where basically you pay, like you go through the school or this clearinghouse to go with to have the player, do an endorsement, and the player gets like 15 or 20% of it, and then the rest of the money you split among all players in the sport, it could actually work decently well. All the players would get extra money, and it's like to get a player to go to Texas. If you put $200,000 in an endorsement, the kid gets 20,000. So you lose $180,000. It kind of makes it tough for that to be an end around, and it helps all the players out. I think that's the only way it can really work. I
Also
am
with
really
Title
concerned about
Nine,
it.
like with Title Nine, I think it's the only way it can work. Because I think it's going to have to go into a central pool for all athletes for them to get around Title Nine.
Yeah,
But to your point about if you're paying into a pool, then it also gives some accountability to avoid outlier payments. Like if we have to take this whatever you're paid and put 80% of it to a clearinghouse, then any payment that's really out of whack is going to get noticed. So I think it's coming one way or the other. So I hope they go the clearinghouse model because you're right. I think that's the only way to get it done.
yeah. I really feel pretty strongly, and I also think a lot of people hate unionization. But if you like NCAA football, unionization is the only way most of the stuff can work. Unionization or a clearinghouse. You need, because you're going to need to be able to contract with all the players as a whole. And without a union or a clearinghouse, you have to legally you have to individually contract with each person. You need some representative of everybody that you can contract with to get their name, image, likeness. Selfishly, I just want to see NCAA football back because that's been like a piece of my soul missing for a decade now. Any chance Georgia gets somebody in the first round? I think there's a real chance Ojulari is going to go. There are not enough pass rushers, and he's really good. Georgia's had a lot of guys drafted, even in the first round, the past few years. So I don't really see that part as a super negative. To me, this just more indicates that this Georgia squad maybe wasn't quite as good. And they're still going to have a bunch of guys drafted. The bigger indictment, I think, has been the number of high talent offensive players that have not panned out or stay with the program.
That's a fun argument too for all the people that are like, "Oh, Kirby Smart's an idiot. He let Justin Fields go," but it's really oversimplifying the problem or the situation that was there.
Fromm was a really, really high level statistical passer at the time when they weren't playing Fields.
And he only lost one game that year going into the SEC championship game.
Right.
And, I mean, when do you bench the guy?
Well, Fromm, the year where he struggled, that was the year that Georgia had nothing at receiver. Their best receiver was Lawrence Cager, who was hurt. He missed like half the season, and he was a low-level guy from Miami. And Pickens came on. I think he was a freshman, and Pickens was in and out of the lineup because Pickens has had personal problems basically his whole career. They had nothing at receiver. It didn't matter who the quarterback was going to be. He was going to struggle because the receiving core, frankly, sucked at that particular point in time. That really, Fields would have had the same problem. It wasn't Fromm. Fromm had been a lot better the year prior for a reason. That's it. Results.
Pate stayed on for the whole show, which is pretty wild because we've been talking for almost 4 hours. He does so many live shows like that when I go and drop in the comments, I catch like the first 20 minutes and then I have some child that needs something. So I'm pretty impressed that he stayed the whole time.
Yeah. So at 247 Sports, that's Josh Pate. I'm outing him. Well, outing him, I mean, that's his channel. But that's Josh Pate.
Any worry about some of the high statistical offensive results and the lack of elite defensive players? Yeah, I agree, Lamar. And you said this too. We talked about this in the beginning of the season, the concern that the defenses were clearly behind the offenses. Do you think that we scale back this year and we see defenses take a step forward because COVID isn't really a thing this year in terms of disruption? Or do you think it's just these offenses are here to stay?
Well, these offenses are here to stay to a certain extent, but I certainly don't think it'll be this lopsided. I mean, Lamar brings up a really good point, which is I don't think it's so much just the offenses are ahead. There are not many good draft-eligible defensive players in this draft. There are not many playmakers in the draft, period. And that undoubtedly had something to do with
J.C. Horn going 8th.
Yeah. Roger Goodell sitting in the lazy boy.
What's the next program to become a big NFL factory? Do we have a pick?
Real quick. So the Jaguars take Travis Etienne at running back. And so how many pairs of quarterback skill player do we have now? You have Etienne and Lawrence. You have Mac Jones at New England. But you've got Waddle got paired up with Tua. Jamar Chase got paired up with Burrow. So there's another one. I mean, teams, there's something to that. I get 100% teams are considering it. The fact that they can get a guy that played college ball for years with the other guy and has a relationship. And again, that first contract is a lot of the value. I have it. I find it hard to believe that from a liability perspective, anyone would let Josh Pate represent the brand. I mean, I just feel like that's negligent.
He said that he had access to their checkbook, so
Well, you know,
oh, we got somebody else agreeing with us on the Don Brown thing. That's good. We've been saying it for years, and Michigan fans have been killing us for years. But I think they've come around, just like they came around on our QB evaluations.
well, it's
Um,
funny. They said holding back defensive stats. Can I like push back a little bit and say the stats were actually kind of inflated? Like in SP Plus and whatnot, they would be way higher than they should. The stats would be way better than the defense he was actually putting out because it was this defense that was designed to shut down average to med offenses. Like it was really kind of basic in some ways and then aggressive where it needed to be to sort of make you off kilter and not screw up.
Arkansas.
But it if you were really good, Arkansas's defense last year was the same exact way. But if you're really good and you could dictate things or make them uncomfortable, there was no answer. And they would always be like super high in SP plus, and they would not be anywhere near as good as the ranking.
And then they'd give up 56 to Ohio State. Like that was the problem with them, and it was that defense just did not scale, in a way that Notre Dame's kind of does. Like Notre Dame's defense is fundamentally sound, and they lack the eliteness throughout to really stop an Alabama or an Ohio State, but their defense was really a lot greater than the sum of its parts, whereas Michigan's defense was not in the same way, and they had a lot of really outstanding individual players. So yeah, I I think that Michigan needs to explode their entire coaching staff, top to bottom. Don't love picking Najee so high. He's explosive at the college level. I mean, the thing about Najee Harris though is like he played in the toughest, most brutal conference. He was durable. He didn't experience same thing with Devonta Smith. Like didn't experience a lot of nagging injuries. I, I am curious to see like Derrick Henry had this knock because he's a big running back and I think the NFL's kind of getting away from big running backs. Big, tall, lumbering running back that's not blazing fast, but is proving to be really successful. I wonder. I don't know if there's a great analog there, but I wonder if Najee can prove to buck the trend a little bit too.
Yeah. Well, and all running backs get dinged up, and that's a part of why they don't go as high. But again, the Steelers want a physical, bruising running back, and finding one of those guys that can actually operate in a modern NFL offense and not take away things is rare. Najee gives you that ability. You can run in between the tackles, but you can run in between the tackles without taking away the threat of the running back out of the backfield. Um, it's an unusual thing. Josh, like I will totally put you on speakerphone if you want. We'll totally let you crash this party. I don't know if we can get you on.
I'm really tired. I'll let him. I'll let him run the show, and I'll go to bed.
We'll just put him on. Sky captain here with a pumpkin on his head with the.
Let's see here. Who we got? Browns. This is their first pick, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Cochran, that was supposed to be the big coup for Georgia, but they also said, I think when he went over there, that he was an on the field coach and not going to be their strength and conditioning coach. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's this he went special teams coach there. So I mean,
But
it's not like they lost the strength. People, it's kind of weird to say you lose the strength coach to Georgia because you didn't lose him as a strength coach. You
right.
lost him to a totally different role. But I think he probably is honestly more more suited to being an on-field role in a lot of ways. He just, as a strength coach specifically, kind of Alabama had been behind the times and obviously had a massive rash of injuries for years to the point where it kind of became hard to excuse as just chance. The 2017 unit was beat up. 2018 unit lost some guys, and the 2019 unit was just decimated. Um, and it's funny, Georgia had injury problems last year. Somebody was noting, but again, I don't think you can blame him for that. Well, there goes Greg Newsome. So there goes our corner from Northwestern to the Browns. And as we said, like you see these runs, looks like it ended up being cornerback, but 100% the reason why you're seeing these runs go the way they are is that's just kind of the best options on the board. And now that he's off, the next pick is Asante Samuel, who I don't personally love. He's got a lot of high-end, like there's a lot of potential there, but I've just never, it hasn't all come together. Him, Tyson Campbell, same problem. Kelvin Joseph, same problem. It may be a while before we see another corner.
Yeah, I do think it's intentional that they picked ETN Citrus. I think that Dodd made a good point in that it's been a while since we've seen Cleveland not have like very early picks. And that's why I said something like, is this their first pick? Because I'm just so used to seeing them at the top. So I don't know if that means anything, but it was interesting to see that. Let's see. Rashad Bateman here. I don't know. I don't know if I take. I might sit on him for another 10 picks.
Again, Elijah Moore is still on the board.
Yeah.
Two, Bateman, Tutu Atwell, who I think he's going to be too small for most NFL teams. I think he's going to fall down a lot of boards because he's literally 155 pounds. That's what he weighed in at. But like Terrence Marshall and Rondale Moore are sneaky good.
Yeah.
There are five receivers on the board now that are NFL starter quality potentially.
Is the money drop and if you don't know, maybe somebody in the comments can tell us, like the last pick of the first round versus the first pick of the second round, is the money drop tremendous?
Yeah, somebody did Google that for us real quick. I know when they restructured it, I don't believe it's that significant, but I don't know how bad it is. Or I don't know if it's 31, 32, 33, like if it matters that you go from first to second or if it's just pick by pick.
Somebody said, do we think the Dolphins got the wrong Alabama quarterback now that Tua's backups in his division? I am super high on Tua. I think that there was just a confluence of events last year that really set him up to not have a great season. If people didn't follow Miami, there was a point where he was playing with the third string running back and his top 4 pass catchers were out. For a rookie quarterback who's playing with a guy they got out of retirement to call the plays, that was a recipe for disaster. And then when Fitz got in there, the guy calling plays, well, Fitz had spent 5 years under him. So I'm not surprised he looked a little better. But, yeah, that's tough. You had COVID to deal with, coming off a hip surgery to deal with. I think in terms of accuracy, anticipation, throwing people over, he's open. He's a generational talent. So
J-Tog was talking about taking an X receiver versus other types. This is actually an interesting point that he made me realize. When you look at the receivers on the board now, Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, Tutu Atwell, Marshall, and Rondale Moore, it's really 4 slot guys and Terrace Marshall. Moore, Bateman, Atwell, and Moore are all sub 200-pound guys. They're pretty much all really below 6 foot. Terrace Marshall is the one 6 foot plus, 200 plus pound receiver left. That's a high level receiver, and that's true. Really, it's true all the way down, like on ESPN's best of list, till Nico Collins, who's the 9th best guy on the board. Marshall is the only prototypical size receiver. Everybody else is an undersized speed guy.
And the only thing Nico Collins has got going for him is his size, because he was not productive,
Right. Well,
commensurate with his star
yeah,
status.
agreed. But I'm just noting it's actually an interesting problem now with the receivers that you have a bunch of receivers that are all the same. And that also could, like I talked about there being a run, but that could be the opposite right now, right? That you may not necessarily want to take a receiver because they're all going to be the same.
Yeah, like, do you love more Elijah Moore, Rondo Moore, that much more than the other, that you're gonna pick them 10 spots ahead of the other? I don't. Like, they're both really talented, like, and they're gonna be that slot guy.
Yeah. I'm looking to figure out where the value is. I'm still surprised by the linebacker because I feel like Owusu is by far the biggest value proposition versus the others. Sticks out like a sore thumb. The drop off from him to the next guy is significant, and that's going to show up probably at some point. Um, Ronnie Perkins at Oklahoma, um, I think, is a guy that could sneak in due to lack of depth there. And there's a ton of linemen. I mean, it's hard. There may be some linemen going, but I just feel like there was a lot of linemen in this draft still.
I think this is an interesting situation too, where it's, you wonder why some guys come back, right? And a lot of times it is they need to get a little more tape, but sometimes it is just that the class is that deep. Look at what Devonta Smith did for himself by coming back, because he was maybe a mid-second rounder last year, maybe. Um, Najee Harris and Travis Etienne both would have been coming out in a very deep running back class last year. I just think, like, Olave going back was probably a lot because of what's in this class this year, as much as it was like they're gonna say I want to come back, I've got unfinished business, but a lot of it is I can make, 9-10 million dollars by staying in school in this 1 year versus getting into a much lower contract. So it's pretty interesting.
There goes Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. I think that it speaks a lot to what we were talking about, the different positions, because he's a 6 foot guy but sub 200, so he's maybe a little bit on the smaller end of it, but he's tall enough to play the outside role, and the other guys just aren't. Um, I don't know that Elijah Moore can really play outside at flanker. He's small. I mean, he's genuinely small. So Bateman is probably a better choice there. How crazy is it? Getting back to the prior conversation, right? How crazy is it that PJ Fleck went from one school with a first round receiver to another school with a first round receiver at schools that very rarely have first round receivers?
Right.
Corey Davis to Rashad
Right.
Bateman. We're trying, man. You guys gotta pump us up. We're fading.
Yeah.
It's
4 hours is
getting
a
late.
long time. We haven't had commercial breaks. um just made me realize I haven't peed in 4 hours, which is pretty crazy. Um, so I can't believe, like, yeah, the lack of defensive linemen is glaring, and this is why Christian Barmore at Alabama was considered a fringe first round guy, and it's not like you said when we opened this. It's not because he was really a first round talent. It's just that there's such a dearth of them, and we're used to seeing multiples in the top 10. Um, and it makes you think about what the like the pass rush situation is going to be like in the NFL for the next couple of years.
Yeah, no, that's true. And that I definitely think you saw that last year is that the pass rushes around the country were really lacking, and that was a big part of why the offenses all boomed. The elite teams didn't have really top end pass rushers.
Saints got their pick in fast.
Yeah, I don't follow needs as much, but I think they need a receiver, and Elijah Moore would be a bit from the area. He's an explosive receiver in an offense that likes to be explosive. Would make a lot of sense to me.
So, what school do you think will be the next NFL factory that's not already up there? The thing to me, and this is why um, I think it's going to be Texas. I think Texas is. I'm really high on Sark, and you just think about the talent that's out there. Like Oregon will have good recruiting classes, and they're going to get number one overall guys just because of the brand and how it sells. But they don't have a wealth of talent around their region to really be a factory. And I think that the dynamic in the Big 12 is going to shift to Texas over the next couple of years. And if they could ever get any kind of momentum, then they do have the potential to be the next Alabama, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the obvious one. The truth in college, everybody's always looking for the next team to blow up in college. Teams don't almost never blow up in college. The examples would be the Florida teams. The Florida teams became huge because of a demographic issue. The state of Florida doubled and then like tripled in population over the course of like 20 years, and got went from an area that did not have a lot of talent to an area that had a tremendous amount of talent over a fairly short period of time. That's why Miami and Florida State became big, because the talent changed. Outside of that sort of demographic shift, it's extremely rare. It's going to be teams that you know who they are that just sort of rebound back and forth with coaching changes. Right now, Texas looks like to be in the best position. Um, Even Clemson is like at their zenith for their program, but they are historically a really good program. I mean, they're like a top 25 program in most any sort of long-term rankings. It's the same guys, usually the same people it's always been. North Carolina, so Pate put in North Carolina is capable of blowing up. I agree to an extent, but there's a cap on how much talent is in that region. And just like South Carolina in the like 2010, 2011 period with Spurrier, you can be good enough to make some noise and have some Jadeveon Clowney type picks, but I don't know that you have enough talent in the like that region doesn't consistently put top to bottom enough talent to really fill out a whole roster. Just my opinion.
And that's why Tennessee sucks, because they used to recruit nationally and they lived on recruiting nationally because that region doesn't have that much talent. And that's before they had to compete with North Carolina, South Carolina, and Clemson. So I agree. I'm also not that big on their coaching staff. It, so Oklahoma might end up being the NFL factory, but I mean, if we look at the board right now, um, we don't have an Oklahoma player drafted, and I think Lincoln Riley is going to be an NFL head coach in the next 2 to 3 years.
Talking about every school's greatest first round draft bust. That's hard to remember. Um, I would put Rolando McClain almost ahead of Reuben Foster.
And both of them were very, very good in the NFL, which is crazy.
Yeah, I Reuben Foster I don't really love though because he had a pretty good first year and then he shattered his knee. I mean, he's a bust because he got seriously injured and wasn't able to physically recover from it. I don't. It's a little bit of an odd thing. There have been other guys that didn't.
Was Trent Richardson in the first draft?
Yeah, he's number 3 pick, I believe. That's probably their biggest bust. Yeah. Um,
Matt Jones was something to watch. Wow.
we've been people talking about Oklahoma. We're really high on Oklahoma this year. It's just from if you want to talk NFL factory, there's not enough talent in the area to really justify it. They're Peyton Turner, Houston. I don't know a lot about him, but I don't know a lot about him. That seems kind of out of nowhere.
And they wanted him because that was a quick pick.
Yep.
And
How crazy is it that Houston had Ed Oliver and this dude? Houston.
let's see here. D. Milliner was a pretty big bust. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was.
Do years. Yeah, achieve on field. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Clemson would have actually had real issues last year with North Carolina because they had
Yeah.
serious issues in the back seven. And the ACC happened to have very few teams that could throw downfield, and Notre Dame was not one of them. The one team that had serious vertical threats and a quarterback that could put it downfield was North Carolina, and they never played Clemson. They dodged them on the schedule and didn't make the championship game because of Notre Dame. Um, but they lost a lot of
So
pieces from last year.
the the Clay Helton should be rolling out of bed with top five classes every year. I disagree. I think USC kind of let their brand get eroded after Pete Carroll, and I guess the Sark thing kind of threw them off schedule. But they they don't support football in that program the way they should, and and I'm talking about the administration, and then the fans, very much like Miami fans, are kind of front runners. Like that stadium's not going to be packed unless they're really good, and recruits see that, and there's a lot of California kids that are leaving California, and I think it's going to be a hard genie to put back in the bottle.
USC, a lot of people don't realize how little they've invested in resources. They were bad even in the Pete Carroll era. They were considered behind in resources, but it was in LA and everybody hadn't quite heated up to where it wasn't so bad and they kind of got away with it. They don't have the dedicated football facility that all the other big name programs have. They don't have, and I don't know that, I think they've been trying to build something, but they've had a multi-purpose facility they all share. You look at like Florida and Alabama and Texas and Oklahoma, they have massive football complexes that are dedicated to the team with weight rooms, meeting rooms, everything, lounges. They are so far behind in infrastructure investment, in investment in their facilities, um, investment really in even in coaches. Um, I don't know how you fix that. It's not just hiring a new coach. I mean, they're hundreds of million, literally probably hundreds of millions of dollars behind the other big name schools that they'd like to be competing with now. Like and the Pac-12 as a whole has that problem. They have not monetarily invested or committed to winning.
So speaking of, Notre Dame seems to put a lot of players in the league. What about Ian Book on our remaining quarterbacks? So like we were never that high on Ian Book, but in terms of what's left, like I would draft Ian Book ahead of like maybe everybody else we've talked about so far. Kellen Mond for sure.
Well, not Trask. I'd take Trask ahead of Book. I'd probably take Book ahead of Mond. I would take Book ahead of Newman. And then some people are really high on David Mills. But like I would never draft Felipe Franks or Newman or Mond personally. Um, Sam Ellinger is not, in my opinion, a quarterback at this level. And those are
No.
the kind of guys you have behind him. Book has the potential to be a. I will be forever curious if Notre Dame held Book back or Book held Notre Dame back because something just wasn't right there. I've always thought probably Book was holding back the rest of the team, especially when you look at like Chase Claypool. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Name, image, likeness will be a big boost for USC. Now that might be true. I mean, if it's an open ended, anybody can do anything, that will be huge for USC because people will use that all those media connections. There you go, Eric Stokes to Georgia. I feel vindicated. Been saying
Because he went ahead of Campbell.
I've been saying all night that I like Stokes better than Campbell straight up. Kuiper had him like he had him like the seventh best quarterback on corner on the board still. Stoke. I mean, the guy had all the accolades in the world. It was stupid. I mean, the guy's. I thought it was a no-brainer that he was the best corner left. Yeah, I do agree that name, image, likeness, if it's unrestricted, could be. But that's kind of the problem with it, right? Is if that passes, it is going to allow teams like USC to just like come to USC and you'll get all these marketing opportunities because of the media market you're in and the access to Hollywood. Like it will,
It's a
it
shortcut.
will kind
Yeah.
of break things. And you combine that with the transfer market, where you become a big name player at like UCF and you start to get name recognition, you're going to transfer to USC to be closer to the media contracts, and it will. I'm not trying to be like hyperbole here. That will destroy the sport. It will destroy the sport if it's completely open ended.
If playoff expansion doesn't do it first.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Maybe Green Bay didn't get a receiver this time because Rodgers is already gone, but they really have not. They've refused to put anything around him. Um, it's crazy.
Somebody correctly noted that Uiagalelei at Clemson, Young out at Alabama, Stroud at Ohio State were all in the same year out of California, and they all left, which is pretty. It is pretty crazy. I still think Oregon is the one that's really set up for near-term success because right now they're going to be able to raid. They should be able to start raiding California, and the Pac-12 is really really weak. They
Bill,
have actually invested a lot into their resources when almost no one else has in that conference.
Bill O'Brien can have great success at Alabama. I'm guessing you're meaning as head coach, but maybe as offensive coordinator. Part of me feels like he was brought in to be the successor. It just kind of feels like that. But I don't know that Alabama or Saban would operate that way. But it feels kind of like that. I don't know. I don't really have any reason to say that, but it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Citrus's point was always been mine. So we have kind of different takes. So Daniel, I think, is a lot more about who deserves to be there and in terms of who's good enough to be there. Um, I'm a little maybe we agree on a lot of it, but maybe I'm a little bit more focused on just the entertainment aspect of having a or entertainment or having a playoff that are actual teams that are going to create a good playoff that are good enough to be there or weren't being there. Um, but one thing I will say from an entertainment aspect, I really can't emphasize enough how much people talk about getting Cincinnati into the playoff and forget about taking Cincinnati out of the BCS Bowl they played in. You don't just get Cincinnati versus Alabama, you lose Cincinnati versus Georgia. People forget the second part. And you're going to replace what have been UCF, Auburn, Cincinnati, Georgia games that have been really fun. And those are going to turn into bloodbath battles against Clemson, Ohio State, and Alabama in those like 7 and 8 seeds year after year after year. And that first round is just going to be a slog for most of the games. Maybe not like 5 and 6. Maybe not some like two-loss Ohio State or something sitting at number 7 that makes an upset. But most of those games are just going to be bloodbaths.
Yeah, and we've seen the erosion of interest in bowl games just with going from the BCS to four, and people want to say that it's always been there or whatever, but I I, I still love. I watch every single bowl game, every single one. I love it. The casual fan is driving a lot of the expansion, and they don't care about most of the bowl games. They honestly don't care about the other thing that really matters to me, and that's the regular season. It is the most interesting, most dramatic regular season in all sports. And people want to say it's an invitational because the Conference USA champion who had to play nobody in the top 50 can still lose a couple of games doesn't get to be in the playoffs. Sorry, there's no parity in college football. There's none. So we need to not pretend like there is parity in college football. It's ridiculous. It's not an invitation. The committee's done a great job, I think, so far in getting the teams correct. And look, if people want to see 2018 three-loss Washington in the playoffs and Cincinnati in the playoffs, that's great for those programs, but it's not great for football.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny when we have those discussions. It invariably starts with, "Oh, we just needed a chance to win it. And we say, do you really think you're beating Alabama as the 8th seed? And they go, no. But if we get in the playoff, we'll start recruiting better and we'll be able to win it. I don't buy that for a second.
I don't either.
I do not buy that if you're Cincinnati or if you're UCF and you make the playoff and you lose 50-0 to Alabama in the first round, that you're suddenly going to out-recruit Florida at UCF and you're going to out-recruit Ohio State at Cincinnati. And yeah, it is about out-recruiting Ohio State because that's the kind of program that's in the playoff. Even if you become a little better, you've got a long way to go to be playoff competitive, and you're just not going to get there. So it's this like weird, well, we know they're not going to be competitive, but we put them in the playoff to make them competitive. And frankly, it's a pipe dream by people at small schools that want to find a way for their school to break through what will always be a traditional sort of, traditionalist blue blood sport.
KF makes the point we've been making a long time in that people see Cinderellas in NCAA tournament basketball and think that's what we're going to get in football, but it's far more likely that because we expand 2010 10-3 Alabama, who wrecked a top 10 Michigan State team, they're going to be the Cinderella story. The 3-loss Alabama team, the 3-loss LSU team is going to be the Cinderella story, not Cincinnati, because those 3-loss teams may have had some funny business or some injuries going on throughout the year, but those teams had the depth and talent to compete with elite teams and win 3 in a row. Yes, you might give me an example of a UCF that beat an Auburn that was disinterested as a one-off, or a Boise versus Oklahoma, which actually was better than that, more talented than the Oklahoma team, as a one-off. But that doesn't mean, one, that you belong there because you earned it over the course of the season, and 2, it doesn't mean you're going to win 3 or 4 in a row.
So a couple things on the draft. We now have Rousseau and Phillips both in the first round. Going back to something I started with, having guys go really high in the draft can be a good thing, and it can also be kind of a bad sign. Miami has not been an awesome team, but they've been a really good defensive team. And Miami had the best set of this is the NFL saying Miami had the best set of pass rushers in the country last year. And they still got,
they still sucked.
Still weren't great. So that's not a good sign for where Manny Diaz is going to be in the next couple of years. I mean, Pate made the point, if removing one head coach from the sport would balance it more than adjusting the format, the sport's problem isn't the playoff. And I think his point there really is, I mean, simply put, like we call it like we see it. We really don't set out to be SEC homers. The SEC is the best conference right now. The sports problem is the SEC is a lot better than the other conferences right now, nationally. And we're to the point where people are trying to find a way to balance the SEC because the SEC is so good that it's making it bad. So the answer becomes, we'll make the SEC worse so we can compete. I personally just hate that logic anywhere, right? That I'm struggling to keep up with someone, and people are going to say the SEC cheats and all that. I don't think they do, at least any more extent than anyone else does. People are leaving California because the SEC is better than the California schools. The California schools aren't investing to catch up. The solution to that isn't to like break the system to get the other schools in.
Underhill Julian asked, can we talk about Nebraska? Scott Frost has 1 more year. I think he's probably got 2 more years before a real hot seat. He's been dealt a little bit of a tough hand there. And it was, that program is just in bad shape. And I think that he deserves a little more time to turn around, especially since he's homegrown. And I think I cut you off. You were chuckling about something, Josh. What was that?
Well, a couple of things. But Travis Sullivan noted that Notre Dame's recruiting has gotten worse since they've been in the postseason, and that's a point I've raised a lot. Even Oklahoma fans, they love making the playoff, but I think they'll be the first to tell you making it to the playoff and losing 60-0 does not really help your brand image. It just doesn't. They were competitive for a couple years, which is why they're up there. But if the past couple times they've made it and gotten blown out has not been, I think, a net positive. And Notre Dame's had the same problem lately.
Yeah, and coming into this season after the Florida game, they've got momentum, and their fans got to have a postseason win and not have the hangover of getting just drummed by LSU or Alabama. And the thing is, like, you want to go to the playoffs when you can win the playoffs. You want to go to the playoffs when your program is ready to be there. And Oklahoma was ready to be there with Baker Mayfield. They were not ready to be there or need to be there the other years. And the thing is, they were still one of the most deserving and best teams in the country. There's not 4 good teams in the country at any given year, that especially not enough to expand.
So I was going to type this up, but I'll just say it. Somebody said they wouldn't let Miami and Florida State come to power the way they did when they came to power. Then again, and I mentioned this earlier, they came to power because the population and talent absolutely exploded, literally tripled, quadrupled. And Florida also sucked and was in the SEC when those schools sucked. They all arose at the same time. That is not a coincidence. 100% was due to the explosion in available recruiting talent. Florida was able to arise and become a national power, maybe arguably more, well, maybe not in the 80s the way Miami did, but in the 90s with Spurrier, almost bigger than any of them. I mean, yeah, you could rise to power if that same demographic issue happened, but it wasn't just like getting momentum and building a program. It's like if everybody starts moving to Montana, then some school in Montana is going to get really, really good. North Dakota State could explode if everybody moved to North Dakota State. It was a very rare national event that the population in Florida just exploded.
2 more picks. We're going to make it.
Yeah, we are going to make it. We're determined. We're struggling to hang on, guys, but we're determined to make it at the end of the show because at this point we've waited too long. Yeah, college basketball and college football are not analogous. Let me repeat it again. College basketball and college football are not analogous. One has 13 players, one has 85. You can have 2 awesome players in a basketball team and beat a major power. 2 awesome players in a college football team, and you play a major power and you will lose 70-0. And the sport's not nearly as volatile in scoring. American football and college football is uniquely tilted towards the more talented team, where it's very difficult for a lesser talented team to be able to win a game.
It's also not the NFL, where, there's even the bad teams in the NFL, there's parity. There's more parity with the 16th best team versus the 1 in the NFL than anything. Like, it's remarkable how much parity there is, and it's by design, but it's not there in college football. So we can't say, well, they do this in the NFL and they do this in Division II or whatever. It's just not the same.
Yeah. No, it's not. And with a lot of stuff like name, image, likeness and playoffs, there's a lot of parallels that people try to draw to the NFL system and how this is the only sport where you're sort of tied to things. You don't have a playoff format. There are all these other controls that exist in other sports. Like the NFL, how does the NFL work? The NFL works because they have really strict salary caps. They have this thing we're watching called the NFL draft. Like, they have to force teams to select only the people that they're allowed to select based in inverse of how good they're at to keep it even. If you were allowed to just buy the best player the way you do in basketball or baseball, right? In baseball or basketball, you can pay a fee and go over your salary cap, right, to subsidize other teams. It would break the NFL. Like, it works because a lesser team can compete in an NBA game and randomly beat a better team in an NBA game. If they did that in the NFL, the more profitable teams would just dominate the sport. And so they're way more strictly controlled for parity. And you can't have the open world of player movement in college and say, well, we'll make it like the NFL, and ignore the fact that the NFL is by far the most strictly controlled sport there is in terms of player mobility. College football does not work if players are extremely mobile. And in college, you can go to whatever school you want for recruiting, so you can't give them a single advantage more than they already have. Jason Awo from Penn State. Interesting second guy from Penn State. And I'm fascinated that Notre Dame linebacker has continued to fall. That I think that's one of the more interesting stories to me, and I'm kind of curious why that is.
Baltimore sat on that pick for a long time too.
Yeah.
They're just trying to mess with us at this point.
Yeah, Jim John was saying there's a big disparity in talent. Again, this like we've been talking about all day. The 2017 Alabama recruiting class had 8 first round draft picks in it. And Ohio State has a bunch of talent. You're seeing a couple from Clemson, seeing some, like Georgia's on the board. The names you know are the names that show up here, and you want to know why like playoff expansion or whatnot isn't going to fix things. It's because there's 90 schools that are going to produce 2 or 3 first round picks, and then there's 3 schools that are going to produce literally half the first round by themselves. And that's why this idea that you expand the playoff and anybody can win is just folly. There is no sport with this lack of parity. I kind of think it makes it interesting, certainly makes it unique, but you expand the playoff and you're just going to get, these teams are just going to dominate the others.
Expanding the playoffs is acting like that's not reality when we all know it is. And it's just there's some tough love and some tough medicine that people need to take and have some self, awareness about their team to know that your team or conference is just not there. Like we want to say, people are saying now, well, if Oregon just wouldn't have scheduled Auburn 2 years ago, they would have been in the playoffs. Okay, but is that what we want? Like they weren't good enough to beat a mediocre SEC team and then they lost to Arizona State, but we're saying schedule fewer games, don't show everybody how bad you are and back into the playoffs. Is that what we all want as the sport? No, we want the few teams that are good enough to play each other. And then, like you said, then let's slot everybody according to how good they are in a game together against one another in a bowl game and let it be fun. This is what sucks when you get 2 teams from the same conference in the playoffs, because then you have the rest of that conference being off kilter in their bowl matchups. So,
Joe Tryon from Washington. Again, it's
last one.
They've made a run on the top end offensive talent, and right now teams I think are trying to. Well, partly it's need, but teams are also just trying to grab the good defensive talent while it's still available. Yeah, I agree. Well, no, my whole point with Oregon has usually been if Oregon couldn't beat Auburn to start the year, you want Oregon to be in the playoff, because if they hadn't played Auburn and they made an automatic qualifier, they'd be in the playoff. And they want to keep things interesting. It's like, well, you just want to have a reason to watch the playoff. But that Auburn team that they lost to wasn't very good. Like all you're really asking for is to get an Oregon team in the playoff that's going to get blown out, and that's my problem. Is you're just setting the playoffs up to be really uncompetitive and uninteresting. There's only 3 or 4 teams in a given year that can really compete. Teams.
All right, y'all. That is it for me. We made it. I'm exhausted. Thank y'all so much for hanging on, for chatting with us, for super chats. This is a lot of fun. We'll do it every year, as long as y'all have us. Josh, any parting words before I end the stream?
Yeah, I feel like I have to give Kelevra another shout out for the multiple super chats. It was really appreciated. And
yeah,
I mean the draft. I will say the draft is what it was. I am kind of proud of the job we did, because a lot of the guys we talked about early on as guys we felt like were interesting or maybe were further down than they should have been, pretty much all got drafted. And beyond that, it's a weak defensive class that's playing out here like we thought it would. And I mean, there's going to be some offensive guys taken because they're going to be the best available in the future. But we're kind of, Trey Sermon, Javonte Williams, Michael Carter, Ramondre Stevenson, even Chuba Hubbard at Oklahoma State's way down the board. I'm curious how far some of those guys fall, just because teams know that there's more of them sitting out there. And we're probably going to have to kind of wait for teams to get through this crop of defensive guys to say, like the Christian Barmore types, to say these are the defensive guys that I think are actually worth taking, that I think have a reasonable chance to be a starter. Because they know they're probably going to be able to get an offensive guy later because there's enough of them left. So they'll probably be, we'll take the defensive guys, probably run for a while with offensive, and then circle back to it. But definitely the story here is that Alabama was loaded. The story is that offenses were loaded and defenses were behind. Oh, and Culebra hit us up again, man.
We're gonna have to end the stream so Culebra won't go broke. Thank you again. That's awesome, y'all. This was a lot of fun. For almost 4.5 hours, definitely the longest I've talked. So, but maybe we can do some more of these live shows that are a little bit shorter throughout the year, throughout the off season, and that can kind of hold us over to the season. Thanks so much, y'all. Have a great week. God bless.